Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? How is everyone doing? My apologies for the late start. Yeah, Late Boy Games. I do apologize for that. But it's okay. You're here now. So I have been industrious. I'll have to show you guys what I've added. I've added a lot of things last night. So, mostly just going through like the item production line, you know? Adding in all the new materials and alloys, and then also like products with those materials. So, I'll show you what we added. Let me send a quick message here though. Yeah, anyways, today we're going to be focusing on doing some quality of life stuff. I'll show you what I've already added for that, which it's very nice for new people that don't really know what the items are and stuff. Watching a Goob stream was nice because it kind of like showed me a couple things that I should probably change. Not necessarily change, but just like quality of life things I should add, just to make it a little easier to play the game. So I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute. Let's see. Almost. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay, guys, I am done. All right, so let's jump into it, shall we? Here we are. So one thing that I have worked on is this info panel thing. You know when you hover over an item and it shows that little info panel with like the stats and stuff of your item. So I've essentially taken that info panel, made it its own scene so that we can use it other places. And so it's just really helpful for like looking at things. I'll show you what I got going on here. I also think I want to make a change to the building preview. Because I realized something, which let's get into this really quick. Come on. Big boy games, come on. Let's just open up a new save. All right. So, normally, you know, you pick up an item, let's say wood. Boom, I've picked up wood, and it shows that little panel that pops up, right? 6 fuel value created in the farm. Good stuff. It's just like a little easy way to, you know, tell us about this item. So I figured, why don't I do that everywhere? Because like one thing that I've always found kind of annoying is in the research menu. Like when you're looking at different like unlockables and stuff, it's like, it's cool, but I don't know what these do. I don't know what it's all about. But now what you can do is like, let's say you're looking at decorations, like, oh, what are these required ingredients? You can hover over them now. And it shows that same little panel thing. And I also have it like an optional tag now for that info panel to show the name too. So it's just kind of helpful, because now we can like, you know, actually see what these items are. To a new player, it might be tricky to know like that this is a processor and this is a gear. What's nice about this is it also shows where it's created in. So it's like, okay, I need to make some wood or some whatever copper ingot, and you don't know where you can get copper ingots. It shows right there. You can get it in the furnace. So yeah, this is gonna be nice. It's just a very minor thing, but it is, I think, going to be really helpful. So what I kind of want to work on right now is sort of the exact same thing, but for these down here. We can get the same item panel for the items, but then I also want to work on doing like a buildings panel. Because really the two things that we have in here are buildings and items. We do have some that aren't either. Like if we research everything and we go down to like this one, resource processing, these are only recipes. These are not processes, or I mean, they are processes. They're not items. So I'll have to have, I guess, a third type of info panel that appears for these. Right? Because it's like, I can't hover over this and show item info because that is not the item or whatever. I'll just have to have another one for recipes, I guess. Of like what it takes and what it outputs and stuff, so. But yeah. Would be cool to do that with these too, but the problem sometimes is that, like, excuse me, at least in Starground, there's different ways to get the same items. So for example, copper ingot I can get from the furnace or the purifier, so it's odd to have like a required ingredients thing for how to craft it, because there's other ways you can craft it. So I don't think I'll add that to these, but at least I'll just show where that recipe is in. So that's the plan. But yeah, I think it'll just be nice. Just a nice little thing. I want to have that just work everywhere, including, okay, so this is the other thing I wanted to go over, which is the building menu stuff. So for the longest time, the way that it's worked is we just have the little icon of the item over there with a number, which is good. But one issue that I'm finding is that we can't, the way that the buildings are, you hover over the building and it shows the info on the right. So you can't hover on a building and then hover on the item over there to see what it is. So that's kind of a problem. I've been thinking a lot about this, and really there's two options. It's either I add a ability to, like, I don't know, right click on a building to like lock it so that you can hover over this stuff over here. But that seems kind of like arbitrary. I don't think anyone's gonna notice that that's a thing you can do. So I'm thinking we just change how these cost indicators are displayed. Instead of showing 0 out of 5 and stuff, or like we do it as a list, and so we show the item icon and then the name to the right of it with the quantity or our 0 out of 5 thing. I think that's going to be better, because then we can actually see what the name of these items are. So that's going to be the plan, I think. Now, the only downside to that is for something that has a lot of crafting ingredients like this, it's going to really it's gonna get very tall, the list on the right, which, you know, is kind of a problem. So I have to keep that in mind. I have been thinking about like our building menus and stuff, and it's like, or just all of our menus, like, I think we can make the building menu taller. There's no reason not to. Especially if we make the game space floating. Let's do that and check it out. Because I've been thinking about, like, why do I make them so small? As long as they are fine at maximum UI scale, then that's all that really matters, right? So we might as well maximize them, because the way the scaling works, they're never going to end up being too big for the region they're in or whatever. Because when we go vertical, they'll shrink, and when we go horizontal, well, obviously we've gathered more space, so it should be okay. I'm also checking to make sure that, like, the scale of UI on, yeah, it looks like it's always consistent. So on my 1440p monitor, the UI is the same scale as it is on my 1080p monitor. It doesn't, like, shrink the UI, so that means I can kind of use it as a frame of reference for what sizes will work. So if I go full screen with it, this is how we can kind of start to size our UI better. So like the building menu, it can be a little larger. Horizontally, not much more, because then it's going to start to block that and stuff, but vertically we can go a little bit bigger. So let's go do that. So inventory, display, building. Because it'll just make it easier to see what kind of buildings and stuff are in here, especially on a Steam Deck. Because that's kind of like one of the areas where it can be hard to read on a little tiny UI. So I think this is better. Especially if we're going to have like this right panel be way taller, we need the additional vertical height. Otherwise it's going to start, like, the description might start turning into a scroll bar, which is bad because we won't be able to read it. So yeah, I think this will work. It looks odd now, but it's not a big deal. So like when you research all the buildings and stuff, we just research all. You know, there's going to be so many buildings in here that it'll look okay. It's just because we barely have anything in here. But like after you research all this stuff, it's like, oh yeah, that's actually a lot of buildings. Those don't need to be researched, but whatever. Was thumper speed already? That's odd. But now when you look in here, it's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch. It's even got a scroll bar even in the tall height, so I think it's fine. Yeah, I just want to start thinking about UI scale stuff like that a little more, you know? Trying to make things look good for Steam Deck. So yeah, that one will work. Inventory is fine. What else do we got in here? There's the research menu, which is already at a good size. I don't think I'm gonna change that ever. Yeah. So that's looking good. I think all the other menus are just building menus. Like if I give myself stone, I think the furnace menus just gets a little cut off on maximum UI scale. So it's things like that that we have to look out for. Because yeah, obviously that's kind of a problem. But that's fine. Also, I've been thinking about something, which is, maybe changing the furnace building or deleting its script and just adding it to the recipe building. Because I've realized with this that I have another variable now that disables the manual selection of recipes. So I could just have the furnace automatically pick which recipe. Something like that, maybe. Although I guess the issue here is, though, the things that you can put in it. It's gonna, like, just be whatever the recipe is, so it's not really ideal. I don't know. I'll have to think about how to do that eventually. Maybe we have, like, a alternative type of recipe building where all of the recipes are active at the same time. So, technically then we could put the researcher in there too or something. It gets weird. There's a lot of things we could do. Also, to anybody that hasn't saw, well, nobody's seen. Let me give myself a rotor. And give cobalt ingot 99. So I've kind of redone the asteroid collector spread a little bit. I wasn't happy with what it looked like before, but now I think it looks nice. I've also created a secret building. So it's called the creative generator. And you can't create it by normal means. Essentially, it's just a super, like, it gives you basically infinite energy. It's like 100,000 SE, so it's a lot. So this is how the asteroid collector works now. Asteroids rain down. Obviously, it's not really going to work on Viridian. But this is just, I'm going to add a check for that. Yeah, it works pretty well. I did like a lot of tweening stuff for the animation, so it's kind of like it's catching it before it lands, and then it goes in the little hole here. So the next part of the asteroid collector is just to create like a loot table for all the different types of asteroids and what resources you get from them, and then also their rarity. So like I want stone asteroids to be pretty common, but then gold asteroids to be a little more rare. So that's what that's all about. And speaking of gold, I've also added gold ingots. So this is going to be used for stuff. I added gold in just regular form instead of just going straight to alloy because I figured there might be some decorative buildings that could use gold. I've also added a new alloy called Voltrum. Voltrum ingot. This isn't really a real alloy in real life. Voltrum is not a thing, but it's technically a thing. Basically, it's just an alloy of copper and gold. So my idea behind it was like it's a corrosion resistant electrical conductor because it still has really good electrical conductivity. Gold and copper are both relatively good electrical conductors, but gold also is non-corrosive. So this will be used for more advanced things such as the microprocessor, which is basically a new tier of the processor. You use Voltrum for that. Say, welcome in, Adigon. Yeah, butter ingots, yeah. Man. Microprocessor one? Yeah. Minuscule processor, we'll see. But yeah, I kind of modeled it off of like a little bit of an AMD CPU and a graphics card. But it works. So yeah, things are coming along. I think I also added some other items, didn't I? Oh yeah, I also added a Voltrum wire. So it's basically just the copper variant. The copper wire version of Voltrum. And there's still more things I added, I think. There's like a million things I added. But yeah, that's the main stuff though. So this is just gonna let us like, you know, make new stuff, which will be nice. Time to translate Voltrum as orange gold. Yeah, that's probably a good way to translate it. Voltrum, I just called it Volt because like electricity. And it's meant to be like a really good conductor. And rum, because a lot of elements have that as a metal alloys have that as like a suffix. I wanted to call it electrum, but I realized electrum is silver and gold, and I didn't really want to do stuff that like or already had a real world equivalent if I wasn't going to do it right, you know? So Voltrum is the go here. And silver and gold, it really isn't good for anything electrum, you know? So it's pretty, but it's not actually good industrially for anything. Like, it's not really a good electrical conductor or anything. So it's just it didn't seem like a good idea to do that. And then also I would have to add silver into the game, and I can't really think of many uses of silver. Whenever I decide to add in a base resource, like gold or iron or copper or cobalt, it's like I want that to open up an entire new avenue of automation. Base resources should be like very multi-purpose. It's fine if like a really high tier ingredient or like a product only has a couple uses, but if gold only had like 1 or 2 uses, then that wouldn't be very good. So yeah, I don't want to like clog the game with stuff that people won't ever use, right? But I think we're on the right track. I just got to work on this asteroid collector a little more. But before we jump in all that, we're gonna work on the little building info preview thing. It shouldn't be that hard. Basically, what I'm gonna do is just have like a variable you can tick inside of these cost indicators that will just like say whether it's in vertical or horizontal format. So it'll make more sense in a minute. So let's go do that. Let's go to cost, item cost indicator. So normally it's all in a V box, and then it goes texture and then the label, but we can just have an H box in here. Also, this has a lot of like static references in here. I think I'm going to make those exports so that I can move these things around right now. So export var, and this will be like cost label. I'll just call this vertical label. And that'll just be a type of label. Export var, horizontal label, type of label. Add export bar info panel. Should be a type of, say type of control node. Export var texture. Oops. Image, which will be a type of texture. All right. And then let's see. Do I even access the? I guess I do mention info panel once. I'll also say export bar info anchor. It's also a control node. All right, so now we can do all these. Info panel, info anchor, and oh, that should be a texture rect, not a texture. Include texture, so now these will be better. I figured it makes a lot of sense to do this with the static references because I want to minimize like performance impact on things like this as much as possible, because a lot of the times like tons of these will be spawned in frequently, so I don't want this to have very much impact on the ready. We can do that down there, so that's going to be our vertical label, all these ones. Like that. Grab our info anchor, and then our info panel right there. We're gonna set info. All right, so that's looking better now. So there's just a couple more things we need to do in here. Let's see. So now we're just gonna have a key in here that's like at export var horizontal format is false. So if that becomes true, then we change it over to the horizontal style. So it should be relatively easy because essentially what we're doing is hiding the vertical label, and then on this H box, we're gonna add another label that's gonna have our name. So it's gonna have a name like that, and then something like that with our wood. So this is just gonna show like 0 out of 1 wood. Like that's the horizontal format. So yeah, should work. I'm actually gonna just duplicate the formatting from this one. There we go. Something just like that. So that's gonna be center, center. Now is this also vertically centered? Just to make sure, I'm gonna say container sizing fill. Okay. So that's basically it. Now let's just set our horizontal label to this one. Right here. Boom. And we're basically done. So now down here, what we're going to say is vertical label dot visible, oops, is equal to not horizontal format, and then also our horizontal label is the opposite. All right. So that should be it. What is it complaining about down here? Oh, it's just because, yeah, whatever. Okay, so, I mean, I guess that's it. I can't think of anything else we need to do. Oh, well, we need to actually update the horizontal label with the info. Duh. So let's do that right here. Just say, horizontal label, that text is, so this is format 01, and then 2 for the name. So blah, 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 and then we need to get item name. Let's just save that. So var item name. Let's call this var item data. And then item name is equal to item data dot name. So now down here we can have item name. Alrighty. So this should all be good to go now. We also do have to set the horizontal label to the same thing here. Horizontal label. So is this happening constantly? Because that's probably not very efficient. Yeah, it kind of is. Oh well. Also, how do I handle like I guess this is just a completely client-side scene. Yeah, there's no multiplayer integration stuff here. That's fine. All right, let's go ahead and load this up and try it out. So first off, we have to go to the building menu. In here, and change how these spawn. So in here, build button. That's fine. But it's over here where we're instantiating the... Okay, this is generating that, so that's actually good there. The ingredients thing right here, this is what's happening. So, we gotta change that. So, ingredient, we're gonna say ingredient dot horizontal format is true, and also ingredient. Actually, that's it. Yeah. All right. Now we just have to change the over here on the right. I think it used to be a grid. Yeah, for items, we're just going to change that into a... Let's make sure, though, that I'm not, like, referencing that. Grid container. I think it's fine. Change type to a VBox. That should be good now. Let me make sure that that's still okay, how I'm referencing it. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Let's go test it out. Hopefully it works. Give me 1 second here, guys. I have to hide my private chats. Okay. Yeah, I think this will be better. It'll just kind of give us a little more info. I still like the vertical format for cases where you already know what the building needs. Kind of like after you're building it and stuff, and you just have the little pop-up on your bottom bar. Like, it's nice to have that in the vertical format just so it doesn't take up so much space. Yeah, now you can see what that looks like. So there is some things we need to fix here, though, of course. So we're going to work on that, because it's like formatting is weird. I do think the font scale could probably decrease a little bit, so... but yeah, like this little one where it's vertical, I do like that, so I think it's good. So, first fix, I noticed that they're being centered for some reason. It isn't really how I wanted to do it. And I think that's because this item cost indicator does not expand horizontally. Yeah. So I just need to say, right, if horizontal format. Then we're going to say set. It's not our anchors, it's like container sizing. I don't remember how to set it. Oh, the stretch ratio or something? What is like... No, that's Side Distance Shader. Stretch. Maybe it's just anchor presets. Preset H center wide. It's none of those. Is it the offsets? I forget what the function call for it is. Let's go look in the documentation. What should you do for control? I mean, I know it's size flags. But is there a function for setting that? So size flags horizontal. I guess we just do it here. And then set that to expand fill. So let's see if this worked. There we go. So now they're all left aligned, which is better. I still do think the font, though, is too big. It makes sense on the vertical one because it's just a number, but on this one, I think we can say styles or whatever theme. Let's just go header small on this one. Let's see what that one looks like. Okay, that's pretty small. I think that's a little too small. Okay. Let's just say no theme and just manually define the size. So normally it's 16. Let's just go up a little bit to like 20. Seems like it's not changing, which is interesting. I think it's because we have to relaunch the game. So let's try that. Okay. Then we're gonna what I did for the item panel, info panel thing is I kind of moved the function out for it generating into a separate global like mod API function call. So we're gonna do that here also. Of just sort of generating the info it needs. Here, let's just load autosave. Okay. So it's still a little small. Also, I think I can make this wrap. Auto wrap word smart. That way we won't have it expanding the area, I think. It seems like it's still not wrapping, though. Wonder why that is. Oh, it's probably just because I have... Yeah, it's weird with this for some reason. I have to, like, close out and then go back in. It's kind of odd. Almost halfway done with translating the general sheet. Nice. That's awesome. I do have a bunch more keys that I need to add, unfortunately. I still need to add like all the new buildings and stuff, like the asteroid collector, but hopefully those aren't too bad. Whoa. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. Those aren't supposed to look like that, so why is it doing that? This should just stay at its size. It shouldn't be expanding like that. It's probably because this is set to expand. Yeah. Because, okay, so it's just that this is going vertical. So that's not what we want to do. I can see the issue here. But I don't want it to get large like that. I just want the text to. Yeah, Evolution's not there. I've been building up the languages I need to words. Nice. Yeah, it's probably actually helpful for creating a language to translate. Because it, like, you go through all the words that you need, right? Okay, so this is... Let's see. It's changing its vertical height, which is not what I want. And I think I have it set up like that because certain buildings, like if we take a look at like a really wide thing or something. Like what's a really wide one? Well, it shouldn't do that. Is it just because it's fit? No, we don't want it to be proportional. Actually, it's probably just because in container sizing, this is on fill mode. If I do that, and then I type in here, or I set a smaller minimum size, there we go. So now it's fine. Okay. So that was our issue there. Hopefully that's fine now. No minimum size on that. Hopefully that'll fix itself now. Okay, so the text is still tiny though. It's not like expanding like it should. Let's try that. Nope. Now is that because the whole thing isn't expanding? That's probably why. But I have it set in here now, or at least it should. Down here it should say size expand. So if that's expanding, then this also should expand. Well, let's see if this works now that let's restart the game and see. Actually, it could be that the H box is not expanding. That could be part of the problem. Let's make sure. Come on, Godot. Let me click on nodes, please, before you load everything. It's too late. Okay, so yeah, let's make sure that this is on X. Oh no, there is no horizontal expand. I don't know. Let's just see if this fixes it. And it does, so we're good. Although it's a little odd, the text is centered, so we need to make sure that this is actually left aligned. Let's check on that. There we go. So now when it's a little bit too long, it'll just wrap like that, and that looks way better. Cool. And I think that size is actually pretty decent. Yeah, it's not bad. Maybe I would probably increase the size just a touch. So normally it's 16, maybe 18. Something around there. We're gonna have to restart the game to preview it, unfortunately. So let's do that. Maybe I can also increase the portion on the right side that's like usable for the item list. Might be a good way to do it. And I'll probably change that into its own scene and just call it like info panel. So okay, let's continue the autosave. That's pretty good, I think. I think it's about the same size as the little title thing up there. Okay. See, I think we could probably maybe increase the horizontal. I mean, let's see where we're at here. I guess it's fine if that gets covered up. I mean, it's not really gonna matter. It looks like it does get covered up. Yeah, it's fine. So I say we go ahead and increase the width of the building menu just a little bit so that we get more space over here. So display building, boom. Let's go up to maybe 700. Because you can see now this area, like there's a weird gap here. So all we have to do is just go down to details and say expand. Nope, that is not what I want. Interesting. Just set the minimum size. I guess that's what we'll do. Just right before we get the scroll bar. So it'll be 188. So let's get out of stupid mode. So now it's got just a little more space over there for the info panel, which I think looks nice. Most words, I feel like, or item names usually hang around this zone of like maximum of 2 words. There's not really many items that have significantly more than that. Some do. Like floating platform is a pretty long one, but it's still okay. So I don't think it's gonna wrap very often, which is nice because I don't really want it to. Wrapping is only mainly for other languages where it's like tends to wrap. So if we open up like a long language like German, these sometimes, well, they're not being translated. Well, it's good that we nip that bug in the bud. So let's go do that. It's in item cost indicator. So we just have to go down here. And for item name, we have to say translate. There we go. There we go. So now those are translated. I guess these aren't even really that long either, which is interesting. I mean, really none of these are that long. So here, let's give myself, or research all. Cheats are disabled. I can see there's definitely some things in here that need to be translated. Longest sentence at the moment in my conlang is the translation for copy public IP. Yeah. That's just because I turned IP into 2 words. Okay. Do I even use copy public IP anymore? Yeah, I think I do. I think I still have that button in there. Wait, do I? Let me go take a look. Should be in multiplayer. Yeah, I do. Okay. Definitely an extremely long word for no reason, yeah. You know, it's kind of helpful to see like what words are really long and stuff. I wonder if they're longer in other languages. Which language on average has the longest words? Some of these are really long. Continue is crazy. Actually, meme language has the longest. Yeah. Some of the keys in the meme language are literally just like just crazy long. Stay weird. Space you can't breathe. Welcome in. Military, how's it going? It's been a little while. How have you been doing? Yeah, like some of these are just oddly really long. Just kind of funny. But it's actually useful for testing, like, when things are bad, you know? So let's continue our auto save and check it out. Been in the offline world, it sucks. Yeah. Has been sent to suffering. It's interesting what gets translated here. Please ignore. Snowbrick O'Burr, that one Gen 5 creature. CPI I stole from you. Boo. I forget about all the funny meme language things. Minecraft crafting table. Wood. Why does it have like a... Why does it have a little squiggly in it? Oh. Oh, I didn't see that part. Oh, that's one name. Okay. Cool. Also, did the horizontal width of our thing just get reset? Oh, I didn't save it, so... Yeah. You're stupid. Doom Eternal. No idea how I'm going to translate monk. It's an adjective that can be put in front of a person that would make sense. Wise. What is a monk? I mean, they're religious, right? Are they? Yeah, they are. What is a monk's religion? I don't even remember. Let's look it up. I guess there's a lot of different types of monks. But specifically, the monk that's represented in the game is a Buddhist monk. So... Or at least something like that. I don't know how you would translate that. An adjective for a person. They're a solitary man who is a member of a religious order and lives in a monastery. I guess you could do it as like a solitary man or something. Or religion man or prayer man or something. I don't know. Private man, that could probably work too, because monks are very private. They're tucked away in the monasteries, so nobody sees them except other monks. So yeah. Monks are really just people that pray. Being religious is not always a requirement. That's fair, yeah. So I've noticed this funny little bug. It's such a tiny thing that I don't even know if it's worth fixing, but if you hover over an item, go out of your inventory, and then move your mouse over, you can see just for a little bit, the item like shrinks back down. And that's because it doesn't do anything when it's not visible, the visuals at least, so it's, I guess it's something I could fix. I could just say if it ever goes invisible, then just instantly set the size back to its default. It's just a really minor thing, but I just keep noticing it now. I'm like, so maybe we should do that. Actually, it should be really easy to do. We just have to say node on visibility changed. We can just add a signal. And then just say, release highlight. And that should be pretty easy. So now in here, if we go ahead and do that and close out. Oh, but it's still doing that. Okay. Private in the conlang also means locked, which I guess makes sense with the vowels. Yeah, I think that could probably work then. All over the world, people have historically become monks and nuns to escape societies and taxes. Yeah. As long as you do what your monastery boss tells you to keep the location of prayer running, you're unlikely to be fired. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Man, becoming a monk is some serious dedication. Okay, so this is where I'm changing the scale. So we just have to force the scale down here, invisibility changed if not visible. Scale is vector 2, 1, 1, and also run release highlight, because why not? Although I think that actually should be running anyways, so we don't need to do that. Background music sounds like it's from Plants vs. Zombies. Funny that you mentioned that, it is. Yeah. Yeah, this is the roof one. Looks like it's still not working. Actually, I think we have to restart for the signals to be connected, because these only get created once. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies music is awesome. I have a couple tracks in here from that. I have we got a billion bugs. It's probably just because of the signals. I have a bunch. The Crazy Dave theme, which is the main menu theme. I have the Backyard Daytime track, which goes pretty hard. I've got this one, the roof one. I think I have Loon Boom, you know, the little mini game where you throw the walnuts into the zombies. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies goes pretty hard, guys. Hey, Mistress Better, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That may just be follow. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies is probably one of my favorite games. It's just a classic, you know, in the tower defense genre. I guess it's a tower defense game. Yeah. It's really cool. It's too bad that like PvZ 2 and stuff is like a mobile exclusive. It's unfortunate. I wish there was like a new Plants vs. Zombies for PC that was just the same like concept, but way more like just modernized. It'd be really cool if you could do like community made levels and stuff, right? Because I would love that. Just like different challenges, because that right there, just boom, you get infinite replayability. Because as it is now with Plants vs. Zombies, it's only offline, so you'd have to like download those maps or whatever, then import them in. But if you could hook that up with like Steam Workshop or something, that'd be really sick. Yeah. And just new content, you know, it'd be cool if you could like just new plants and new like plant synergies could be interesting. Like if you look, there already is that in Plants vs. Zombies. Like if you have the tree trunk flaming guy, you know, like plants that affect other plants. I think there's a lot of interesting things you could do. Can I add my music into the rotation if you want? Yeah, I'd totally be down. If you want to send tracks over to me that you want me to put in, I would really appreciate it. Should make a PvZ-like game. That would be really fun, honestly. Yeah. That would be kind of cool. Maybe one day. PvZ always kind of seemed like almost like a phone game. Yeah, it is a very like mobile focused kind of game, but it is really fun on PC though. Mainly just because it doesn't have in-app purchases. It'd be cool to go against other players and stuff. Oh yeah, that would be really cool too. Like, that's something that was really interesting with Plants vs. Zombies is that one mini game where you play as the zombies. And you like place down the zombies to attack the plants. Like, why didn't they do more with that? I think that would have been really cool. Having that as like a versus mode would actually be really, really cool. Example of one, epic. Nice. And these are copyright free and stuff, I presume. The text is moving. How do I... Oh, I'll just listen to these. Oh god, that's loud. Here, let me... There's no volume slider, is there? Let me turn down my desktop audio so you guys don't go deaf, and let's also pause the music. Menu. Sounds pretty sick. It's really short though. Oh, right, yeah, some of these are other people, but this one, yeah, Electric Bees. Oh, it goes pretty hard. Yeah, if you've got the download for that, sure, I'll add it in. I haven't actually seen this game before, I don't think. This looks cool. The images are so tiny. I'll have to check this one out. So bullet heaven? What's the difference between a bullet hell and a bullet heaven? Is that a thing? Snooze that ad. I might make a PvZ-like game right now, honestly. Yeah. Only thing I had planned was play Hitman 2, and that game's frustrating. Yeah. Do it up. I think it'd be a cool idea. Because I feel like it's a really untapped thing. I think there's a lot of potential. There's a lot more content that can be, like, expanded upon. Given modern day stuff like Steam, you know? There's a versus mode in PvZ on Xbox? That's interesting, yeah. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I guess I do have this call release highlight here. So this should work now. Oh, it's still not doing it, which is interesting. Because that should be saying scale offset 0. And then right here I set scale back to 1 forcibly. So I wonder why it wouldn't work anymore. I'm not setting it back in here or anything. Let's just restart. I think the signals still aren't working, so. Bullet heaven is you are the bullet hell? Oh, okay, so just, yeah, the opposite way. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, that's cool. I haven't really made a game like that. A lot of people have made, you know, vampire or survivor legs, I guess is what they call them or whatever. But I haven't yet. I don't know, just never got around to it. Let's see if this works. It's still shrinking. Why? Ooh. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, on visibility changed down here. Oh, it's because it's not... okay. We have to say is visible in tree. That's why nothing's working. There we go. Sick. It's just such a minor thing. It really doesn't matter, but... Also, something that's always kind of irked me a little bit is after you move an item, it doesn't immediately highlight the new position of the new item. I kind of would like to just fix that really quick. Because it's just nice to have that work. I'll also go mark this down now. Increase the size of the building menu. Changed building menu ingredients to use a horizontal format. And then also fixed a minor issue where item slots would shrink, still be changing size after hovering and closing the inventory. Okay. Speaking of sick, this game, thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Some of the best music I made was a 5-track OST I made in a day for a 3-day jam. Nice. Yeah, I did the music for Coal Keeper. Usually I don't do the music because Ace is always doing the music. And a lot of the jams I've done, Ace has done the music for it, so. And then there's one jam where he didn't do the music, so I just didn't add music to the game. But it kind of worked out. I just like focused more on sound effect stuff. So. But yeah, music stuff can be pretty fun. I do like making music every once in a while. As a professional Godot developer, would you be able to recommend any free resources? Yeah. So there's a lot out there. One of the ones that I actually use in Starground just because it's so useful is there's Kenny assets. There's so many Kenny assets. So I would highly recommend using these if you really want to. There's a lot of 3D ones, but there's also like one asset that I use from here is the input prompts. These. And it's just nice. So yeah, I decided to use these because I don't really want to have to go through and make a pixel art variant of every single input, right? So this was nice. It's like boom, you've got inputs for every kind of controller. So it's pretty cool. Also, we got ads starting on 1 second. I do apologize. Okay, more, yeah, how to make game, not just having cool assets for it. That's fair. Yeah. Well, what I would highly recommend, it's something that people tend to ignore, but documentation is way more important than you think. Definitely use the documentation and read things when you want to understand a node. So like if I want to know what a node 2D is about, I can just search for it, and then here is everything about what a node 2D is and what it can do. Right? So this is just a great resource because it's like, it really helps you understand like what these things do. Why use a certain node over another one? Documentation will tell you why. So yeah, let's wait for the ads before I continue on. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, it's kind of annoying how it doesn't appear when I drop it. I can probably force it to. So I could probably go into... somewhere in here. Because we have update. We will call that. I wish there was like a function I could just check like right away if the mouse is inside. Do I keep track of the mouse stuff at all times? I do. So honestly, what I could probably do is on update, just say if mouse hovered. Then we go and say set, or we enable highlight. That'll probably work. There we go. Easy. So yeah, this is when we initially like update all this image stuff. We set the ID and all that business. So yeah, that should work. And then it should also just be fine with like this stuff in here too. Yeah, I just like that popping up whenever you place it back down. It was kind of, I think, a bug I accidentally introduced a long time ago, but just never got around to fixing. So, you've returned. Welcome back. Yeah, sorry about the ads. I do apologize. They're always at the worst timing, unless you still have ads going on. Okay, good. Just checking. So yeah. Let's see. So yeah, you are an educated software developer. Okay. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's easy sometimes to skip over documentation stuff. I get it. But yeah, it is really helpful. I'm constantly going into the documentation. Also, something really nice with Godot, you can just control click on things to see documentation. So welcome back everybody from the ads. So let's say you have a Node 2D or whatever, you can just do that, control click on it, and here's the documentation in Engine. So I use this all the time. I rarely ever go to the documentation online. So yeah. But let's see, other things that I would probably say as for resources for learning. Brackeys has actually been doing some Godot tutorials, and they're pretty good. One of my only gripes with some of them is that they're really long. Stuff like this, I mean, there's good info in here. I just think it's pretty dense, you know. It's a big, long, hour-long video of a bunch of things, so I think it's easy sometimes to become overloaded with things like these. But if you already, like, you know, have experience programming, then you could probably just kind of skip through and just go to the parts that you want to learn about on some of these. So, but they are helpful. I mean, I do appreciate a lot of these videos. Like, that's sort of what I did with this one, is I didn't really watch the whole thing. I just went to, like, one specific part where I'm like, I kind of want to hear what he has to say about that or whatever. So that's kind of how I go about these watching tutorials. I never usually watch a tutorial and do exactly what's happening in the tutorial. It's kind of just like interest in how somebody decides to do something. So you could check these out. These are really like good tutorials, and the great thing too is these are up to date. Like this is that was a year ago now. That's crazy. But this is like the new version of Godot. It's Godot 4. A lot of old tutorials are really like outdated. They're for Godot 3 and stuff, but there's been so many things that have changed. Sometimes they're kind of not great. Now you mentioned show it. I got a Zenva course off Humble Bundle. Yeah. It's kind of slow and I was not in the right headspace when I tried it last time. Yeah. For me, honestly, whenever I'm like making a game or learning something, I tend not to like follow like those big like yeah, he took a huge break for a while, but then I think once Godot started getting awesome, he decided to come back. So but yeah, he used to do Unity tutorials, and that's like what he's known for. There's so many, you know, he's done tons of them, and they're all good tutorials. But yeah, Unity did some funnies. But yeah, whenever I'm like learning stuff, I guess just as a general thing, what I would recommend is like, yeah, I would probably stray away from like the huge, massive how to make a game, and like it's like an 8-hour long video, because it's so easy to fall into that iconic learning trap of just following what the person says to do and not actually understanding what you're doing. So I think it's really important, like, just set out like a goal in mind for what you want to learn. Like, I would just make a project. Just come up with a game idea that sounds cool that you'd like to make, and then just break it up into smaller chunks of like, okay, well, what do I need to learn in order to do that stuff, right? So it's just sort of a thing of like, okay, I want to make a platformer, and then marking off like the sub elements of what constitutes a platformer, you know, where it's like, I need player physics, I need like input stuff, you know, and then you can just kind of go through these and look at tutorials for these individual parts, because I think you get more out of it that way. You can stay focused on a small, it's the whole concept of, you know, divide and conquer. What do they call it with programming? I forget the term, and they used to say it all the time. It's not divide and conquer. It's like, it's kind of the same. It's the same concept though. Divide and talk. There's probably different like ways of saying the same thing. I think mine had to do with glue or something. I don't remember. But that concept of just breaking it up into achievable problems, right? So, but yeah, that's what I would recommend. Yeah, I mean, I don't really watch a lot of tutorials and stuff, so I don't know very many, unfortunately, but these are good ones, and there's new ones all the time. So always keep a lookout for these, I would say. There's not really any other like YouTubers that I watch that have a lot of tutorials or anything. Because most of the time I don't need them. I've kind of been able to, I've pretty much fully passed the tutorial stage, unless I really run into something I just can't solve, but that, I don't think that usually happens when I think about it. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful though. Yeah, that was one problem with the course I mentioned. It almost exactly the same game in the first section. Yeah, that's right. That's the classic issue with big tutorials. And that's why breaking it up into small parts and then watching small tutorials on each thing kind of gets people past that phase easier, I think. Because then it's like you're the one steering the wheel. You're deciding what you want to learn about and stuff. And I think that's a way better way to learn. Because you can do the things that you want to do and that are cool and that you're interested in. I think that's one of the downfalls of like school is that you get this like this set course. I mean, obviously you need to learn the basic stuff, but yeah, at a certain point I think it's important to watch tutorials on the stuff that you actually want to work on and add. So a lot of people remake classic retro games like Tetris or Asteroids, learn new engines. Yeah. I mean, I get why people do that. They are very simple games in concept to make, right? So it's not all bad. But yeah, I do know what you mean though. It's like it's kind of like Godot can do a lot more than that, right? Especially if you've already worked on other games, I would say that's probably not a good pick then, right? If it's your first game ever, then maybe. But yeah, if you already know like Unity or something or another programming language, it'd probably be better just to go straight into like a, I don't know, a more advanced genre. Create systems as soon as possible, small scope, but complete the game, learn how stuff is working together, and more important, the many ways it does not. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, that's one thing I did a lot of with Starground is like iterative development, where it's like, because I did alpha testing for Starground really early, like basically as soon as it was somewhat playable. I made a Discord server and I started getting people onto alpha test, and that was super helpful because I basically give them this small chunk of gameplay, and then I can really pay attention to like you know, what needs to be improved on, what needs to be changed, what needs to be added, and it's a great way to develop. So it's not always super easy to do that. Obviously, you have to be very community focused, but it is really helpful. Don't mind long tutorial videos, but once I learn the basic concepts, it's just more fun to freestyle some projects. Yeah, I always have way more fun just kind of like winging it. And the thing that I always find, you know, is it's kind of okay if you do bad code and do bad things. I've done so much bad, terrible code in Starground, but it's only bad and terrible because I now have the experience with it. Like, I know that it's bad and terrible. My point is, like, to really learn and improve, I think sometimes you have to do it the wrong way. Because then later on you realize why you did it the wrong way. And it's like, oh yeah, I am going to change this because this other way of doing it is better. I think that's how you really gain true experience with programming, right? You have to fail first. And not necessarily fail, but you just have to realize and look back on old stuff and refactor and like think of better ways to do the same thing. But yeah. Have to interact with people. I know, it's honestly community stuff and like advertising is way more difficult than any programming is. I'm not gonna lie. I've spent so much time like just making posts and stuff about the game. It's taken way more time than programming ever has, I think. But unfortunately, it works though. When people actually know about your game tends to do way better. So yeah. There's a long-standing issue. Item slots would not, and their info would not, or would not become refocused when into a new slot. Okay. Troubleshooting code is fun too, though. It can be pretty fun, actually. Yeah, it is kind of enjoyable. Sometimes troubleshooting could be an absolute nightmare when you can't figure out the problem. But yeah, I don't like this game. It has the wrong shade of blue. Yeah. There's always stupid reviews like that. I've had a lot of dumb reviews of Starground on Steam and stuff. There's some reviews that are just like, you for real, man? But there's nothing you can do about it, so it just is what it is. Really, the only thing you can do is just react to it and try and solve the problem, right, for that person. So that's about it. My go-to language is C, so starting to code for hours is clearly my thing. Yeah. Yeah, I've done a little bit of C stuff. I haven't messed with a lot of the languages like that, honestly, in recent times, because I've been just spending so much time with GDScript. It would be fun, though, to work on some stuff with an older language like that. Just lower level, like C or C++ stuff. It's been a while. Yeah, I mean, really, the last time I used that stuff was probably when I was at university, so. Have you ever had a reviewer feedback that was rude or needlessly mean, but they were completely right? There's definitely been some. I mean, it's always kind of a mix, right? Where sometimes it's just really rude, but there's a couple things that they said that are kind of right. I mean, we can look at the reviews. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Demo version crashes. I do need to update the demo version. That might be because they don't have Vulkan on there. People always buy the game, even though I clearly state it needs Vulkan, and then are like, hey, I don't... The game is crashing and doesn't start. And then it's like, you don't have Vulkan. But I think Godot's actually working, though, on a thing in where it, like, falls back, though, to GLSL or whatever. So yeah, we can just search by negative reviews. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely reviews in here that are... Oh yeah, some of these we will have to translate because they're not in English, but... I mean, this one is not necessarily right or wrong. It's just their opinion. This one... less useful larger map is. Yeah, I've honestly fixed a lot of these issues already. But the price is not bad. The price is just too steep for the current amount of content. I don't necessarily agree with that. There's games that are like $60 and then you get like a couple hours of content, but this isn't necessarily a problematic review. I think it's fine. Oh, the name was familiar? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, resource spawning should be across the entire map, so you're better off the smallest map. I have fixed a lot of these issues already. Pretty much anything that's been mentioned in a negative review, I've gone through and tried to address it in some way or another. You know, because I'm always trying to, like... I appreciate when... I do appreciate negative reviews. I mean, obviously I don't want negative reviews, but, like... I take as much as I possibly can from them. So... But yeah. Your review? Did you put a negative review? I don't think you did. But yeah, this one was, I mean, fair. They played 8.9 hours and left it open for 5 hours, I guess. So their complaint was kind of that, like, I mean, I don't know if I necessarily agree with their definition of useful, because then what does that mean for any automation game? Their complaint here was that the unlocks from automation were not... The only useful unlock were the weapon parts that you can build. But the whole point of automation is automation for the sake of automation. I mean... I get it from both perspectives. When you play something like Factorio, you don't ever unlock content that, like, is different from automation. Like, you automate so you can automate. So, I guess in that perspective, you would say that playing Factorio is completely useless. But I disagree with that. But, you know... I did try to take a lot of these things out of this review, like, you know, yeah, only one weapon at a time. There's now ranged weapons, so you can have a melee and a ranged weapon. So yeah, I have addressed a lot of things in this review already. There's also way more content now, so... Yeah, most of the negative reviews, it seems like it usually just boils down to, I want more content, which is fair. I think with an automation game, people typically expect a lot of playtime, because you can play something like Factorio easily for like 1,000 hours, so... It makes sense. But yeah. Yeah, 10 euros. Yeah, I'd have a price of $10. We might do a price increase probably at the 1-year anniversary of the game, just because we've added so much stuff to the game, even since these reviews. I mean, we've got 2 more automation planets now. This is before we even had Tyria, I think. And there's also a whole new dungeon. There's a lot more content now. I mean, the game's probably... You could probably easily play for about 10 hours. A lot more, if you want to. I mean, one thing I've noticed is a lot of the more recent reviews are positive. So I think I'm on the right track. In terms of, like, the stuff I've been adding. It's my brother's stupid review. So yeah. I think it's going good. This one was just a nasty review. This is one of those reviews where it's just like, okay, man.
extremely crappy game. I thought it was actually going to be good, but I guess I was proven wrong. Devs, if you're seeing this, then I wanted to tell you should stop making games. It clearly isn't your forte.
It's just a pretty nasty review. It looks like it didn't get counted toward the review score, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Are there any dead ends of a tree, like some paths stop? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, automation doesn't really stop anymore since I added infinite research, so you can actually just keep playing automation forever. Dungeoning stuff, I mean, it's also infinite too. There technically isn't a stop. I mean, obviously you get to the point where you have like a really good weapon component and there isn't much more beyond that, but I am thinking about adding in some systems that kind of makes dungeoning a little more infinite in the sense of like perfecting your weapon components. I'll get into that at some point. But yeah. Asking for more content means they like the game, want more of it. Yeah, that's true. Is it going on sale yet? It has been on sale quite a few times now. The next sale is going to be July 14th for the Automation Fest. So that'll be a good one. That's also when this update's coming out, the new Automation Planet. It's going to include a lot of new automation stuff. And then after that, or actually, no. Okay, my mistake. The next sale is in 6 days for the summer sale. So yeah, that's the next sale coming up. And then after that, it's the Automation Fest on July 14th. And then we've got like the 1-year anniversary sale of it being on Steam. And then also we have the fall sale. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the specific dates or not, because it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I won't say the specific dates of those. I think everybody knows when the Steam sale or the summer sale is happening, though. I mean, I think if you look up Steam Summer Sale 2025, it's like, yeah, begins on 6/26. So it's public info. It's okay. Actually, I wonder if SteamDB shows all of these in here. Oh, they do. Never mind. I think I'm allowed to say whatever I want. So yeah, summer sale. We're in the Automation Fest. There's going to be another sale around August for the 1 year on Steam anniversary. And then autumn sale in September. And I think after that will be winter sale. So yeah. Be on the lookout. Anyways, I'm reading all this stuff I missed in here. Direction of the shared server stuff sounds interesting from my perspective. With like the, yeah, like the dedicated server stuff with the Starground. Yeah, I do have that up and running now, so. I pick it up next weekend then if I remember. Well, I appreciate it, yeah. What is this? Oh, this is when the next... Here's your countdown, guys, for the summer sale. So, yeah. I think I've always been iffy about increasing the cost of the game, you know, because it feels yucky. I hate having to... or doing stuff like that, but it makes sense, though. I mean, we're picking the 1 year, you know, date because it feels like a good milestone that we've reached. It's like, it's been $10 for a whole year, so you kind of had your chance. I think it's okay. But the amount of content that we've got going on, I think it's way bigger of a game than it used to be even a couple months ago. So hopefully I think it's justified. Can devs opt out of the Steam sales? Yeah, so nobody's ever forced to include their game in any Steam sale. You can just decide if you want to. There's like a panel that you open up and you enter in your discounts for each sale upcoming. So it's pretty, you know, You got a lot of freedom with that. Factorio usually raises price every Steam sale. Yeah, Factorio's been kind of slowly inching it up. I think I bought it back when it was only $20, but now it's 35, I think. But it makes sense, right? I mean, there's so much more content in Factorio now. I don't think it's a bad thing at all that they increase the price. So just says to me it's early access price. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're not really going to be doing too many price increases, of course. And it's only going to be a small increase. I think the plan is we're thinking of maybe upping it. Like, this is not concrete, you know. Keep in mind, this is not me saying it will happen or if this is even how much, but I think we're going to increase $4. So 14 on the 1-year anniversary, and then on full release, we're going up maybe another 4 to 18 or something around there. And that just feels like a nice, like, I don't want to go up to $20 because I think that's too much, but I think somewhere in between 10 and 20 feels like a fair price given the amount of content. So I think it'll be good. Because once we get the next automation planet in after this one and the 2 other dungeons, I think it's gonna be a lot of content. I mean, people could probably do 20, 30 hours easy. So, but that would be it. We'd never increase it further than that. And of course, there's still gonna be regular sales and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, dedicated server stuff, my user story would want to stick around some busy server and be more of a part of something than committing my time to completing something I have in my mind. That's fair, yeah. Yeah, we do have the public server up right now. So that's going. There's not like a ton of people that play Starground, you know, so it's not like a super busy, bustling thing, but maybe I'll also look into including the IP for that just as a part of the base game, or like it's included in the... I want to add like a server list menu so you can save different IPs and stuff. It would be kind of nice, so I'm going to look into that. I would pick it up full price, going back to education August, September. Yeah, no, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I encourage people to just buy it at the price that they think is fair. Like, don't wait until I increase the price or something, or until it's off of, it's not on sale. Like, it's fine. I encourage people to buy it on sale so that you don't waste your money. It's okay. All the mechanics like dungeoning, shared world. Yeah, it's all like the same world, so it's basically an MMO if you think about it. It's not, obviously it's not an MMO. It's more of a cooperative public server because everyone still shares the same research and stuff, so yeah. I feel like building up stuff with some peeps and dungeoning sounds fun. Yeah. It's pretty fun. I do need to play on the public server more, but I'm so busy making the game, it's hard to find time. Nintendo set the bar at 70, so you might as well go over 60 for that authentic indie experience. Oh my god. I think there would be outrage if I woke up one day and at everybody on the Discord server, Starground now costs $60. That would be bad. How many players at once can a server handle? I don't really know. I mean, there's no limit. Technically, we could have 1,000 players on the server. I've done tests with probably about 10 plus people and it ran fine. So it can probably handle even more than that easily. Players aren't really that laggy because like all the stuff gets just processed on the server once, you know? So like adding players really doesn't affect performance very much of the server. You could probably add tons of people. And also, like, the server doesn't, like, render chunks for clients or anything, right? Because the client does all that. So it's basically, like, players have very little to no performance impact on the game. I do the game, but same thing where all my free time's on Twitch while I attempt to work. Yeah. No, I feel it. Yeah. Save that price for April 1st. Would be funny. Am I allowed to say how many people bought the game? I think I'm allowed. So far there's been, I think, here, let me just go look. I won't give a specific exact number, but I think a ballpark, like, around approximate number is fine. So yeah, there's been a little bit over 8,000 sales, 8,000 units, which is great. I mean, it's sold pretty well. It's not like I'm ever sad about how many sales we've had. Unfortunately, living in the US, it's freaking expensive. It's not nearly enough for anything, but it's okay. You know, game dev is it's a marathon. Global public server could pop off. Yeah. It would be cool. I think including that IP just in the default server list would help a lot with like people knowing it exists. Imagine if 8,000 bought it for 60, that would be pretty crazy, yeah. I guess after bid, everyone would have everything by being on the server. Yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking about doing with the server is like doing regular resets. So like, we go for a couple weeks and then I wipe the server with a new seed. Just so that people get to like experience the beginning part of the game. Yeah, because they do that a lot with like Rust servers and stuff, just different public servers. It's good just to like clean things up, because it gets to a point where like your like game economy becomes too saturated with items and loot. So resetting every once in a while is good to stave that off of people becoming too OP. But yeah. See, I think there's one thing up here that you said that I didn't read. What was it? Oh yeah. So maybe worth pointing out, I've never worked as a developer, getting jobs as junior. Oh man. Yeah, I wanted to comment on that. I tried for a while to look at jobs and stuff, but I couldn't even like apply because I just literally couldn't find anything that was applicable to me. There was no internships I could have applied for, so that was kind of messed up. I don't even think I saw any junior positions. It was either just full-on 5+ years of industry experience or senior developer. So it was kind of terrible. That's why I decided to work more on Starground. So yeah. I was playing that with my slime maze game that was on hold for some time. Yeah. The idea being a world timer showing how long it's been going, and when a global win condition is met, a new one is generated. Yeah, that's cool. I do like that idea. There's a game that kind of does that a little bit. It's called like, I think it's called Eco. Yeah. What's interesting about this game is the whole concept is that there's an asteroid that's about to hit. It's kind of like a public MMO kind of thing. So everybody like, you know, builds a civilization together, and you have to like build it up quick enough before the asteroid hits and kills everybody. So it's a cool concept. I haven't played it. I watched a couple videos on it, but I always thought it would be fun to try out. With being reasonably successful this game, get you a job in the industry if you wanted that. I don't know. I mean, I imagine it's a really good thing to have on a resume. To say that I've developed an entire game and made money off of it. I mean, I can't see how that wouldn't be a good thing, you know? If I were hiring a developer and they had experience creating a polished product that's actually made money, then I think that would be a good person to have on the team. But that was kind of my whole idea going into Starground stuff, is like, I might as well just like, if I can't find work to build up a portfolio and actually get work experience, then I have to create my own. So that was the whole thing I decided to do. I mean, honestly, hopefully I never have to get an industry job, because it just seems like I'd definitely lose out on a lot of freedom. I do love working on Starground because it's completely my creation. I can do or change or add whatever I want. And so I do love that freedom. And I also love how like multifaceted development is. Like I program for a little bit, then I go draw for a little bit, I go, you know, community stuff for a little bit. It's like there's so many different things for me to do. I love the variety with it all. I don't think I would get that out of any kind of other programming job. I mean, maybe working for like a game development studio, but definitely a smaller one, because I don't like a big studio. The bigger a company is, or the more involved a process is, the more specialized your role becomes. So like if you're working for someone like Blizzard or something, it's literally like you are the character programmer. It's like that's all you do. You become hyper specialized, which I don't really want to do. That sounds like a nightmare to me. So my hopes and dreams are that I can just make enough money doing indie games that I can sustain myself. I don't care about being rich. I just want to be able to not be homeless. That would be cool. It could become like a community rush, see how fast everyone can unlock everything. Yeah, that could be a cool idea. Around here, I think the only way to get in a tech company at ground level is to be a student studying their field and looking for a state-funded internship. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I tried to look for like student internships, but yeah, I couldn't find any. The only like jobs that I saw were in California, but I'm not going to move to California with no job in hopes that I get an internship, an unpaid internship. It's ridiculous. It's just not, I can't do that. It'd be probably more financially smart of me to just work at McDonald's at that point. So really can just come up with a new game idea and probably fit it in a Starground. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what I love about like sandbox stuff like Starground is there's so many different like things that I could do. Really, it's endless, the kind of content I can add. It's always tricky though too, because you don't want to fall down the rabbit hole of feature creep. I feel like I've been doing pretty good about that recently, of like axing old ideas and stuff that are cool in concept, but in practice are probably going to be really difficult to implement in a way that fits and feels good to play. We wanted to do like story stuff. And I will sprinkle in some story stuff and like a final boss for story, but I don't think we're going to have like a whole linear campaign anymore. It's just too complicated. Starground's so like open-ended and so like, the gameplay's so branchy because you can go automate and then go dungeon. It's all like, you don't know what the player's going to do next. So I can't really implement a linear story. It's just too hard. Yeah, stay in existence while doing something you enjoy, the big dream. Yeah. I don't know. I'm probably going to have to move somewhere that isn't so gosh darn expensive because I live in Colorado and everything here is so expensive. Like housing, at least. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I've seen house prices literally double in like the last 5 years, I feel like. And it's just like, ah. I should have bought a house back in 2020 when it was cheap. But obviously I couldn't have, but you know, it sucks. Even if I had a crazy salary, it would still be really difficult to buy even a small home. So I don't know. It's just, yeah. There's an artist for one of the Far Cry games, spent a whole year just designing the antagonist's face. Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing that would kill me slowly, eat away at my soul. Just doing one thing for years, I don't think that'd be very fun. I would not enjoy that at all. Don't move to Canada. House prices are stupid too. Yeah, that's what I've heard from my friends in Canada. House prices also suck. Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's crazy that like a basic human need like that is just so out of reach for normal people, you know? Kind of sucks. That like, even if you have like a decent salary above the US median salary, you can't afford anything. You can't afford to have a house. But it's not like I can really easily afford to rent either. Literally looking at costs of stuff, like I saw there's like, it's ridiculous, yeah. I don't know, man. Anyways, what were we even doing? I do have a list of things that I've been wanting to add up here. These are some things that we can work on. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the building info panel thing. So let's work on that probably. So that's gonna be inside of the building display. Red. What do I use for that? Oh, that's if there's no... Oh, that's like the... Yeah, that one. But anyways, yeah. Houses. We've talked about this a million times on stream. It's just... Yeah, it's always frustrating. It feels like I have to be incredibly rich to afford basic human necessities, which sucks. Yeah, I don't know. Googling around a little, trying to find out how hard you can really push the Godot graphics. Yeah. Some games look good, but it's not the high fidelity of Unreal quite yet. Yeah, I mean, it's... Unreal's extremely specialized in 3D. So it makes sense that you can really push it to its limits. Godot, though, has been working a lot on 3D stuff. Like, recently, if you go to the new... post, the new beta post about Godot. There's actually some new stuff that's really cool. That's the showcase. I didn't get included in the showcase. I don't think they like early access games. I've never seen an early access game get mentioned anywhere. Okay, so down in here, yeah, rendering and stuff. They've done all of this stuff, like specular occlusion. I know that they're working on it, right? So I think give it a little bit of time and 3D stuff will start to look really good. They also added bent normal maps, which I don't necessarily know what that means, but just looking at the comparison between the two, I think the difference is really huge. Like, this one looks kind of flat, but like the darkness in the corners of the objects and stuff does make this look way better. Same with this couch and stuff. But yeah, there's always new little additions like this and improvements. I think eventually we'll get to a point where 3D starts to look really good in Godot. I think Godot is absolutely fantastic for stylized 3D stuff. Right? I've seen a lot of games that do like stylized 3D and they look really good. You know, you can look at this little guy and that looks pretty good. But yeah, I think for like realism stuff, ultra high fidelity graphics, it's not quite there yet, but it will be. This is the nice thing about Godot, is that you don't have to hope and pray that the company decides to do something. Like, there's always people that want things, and it being an open source project or an open source game engine, progress is inevitable. Somebody will come along and be like, I want this, I'm gonna go add it to the engine. So it's always awesome seeing how fast Godot progresses. I mean, we literally it feels like we just had 4.4 and now 4.5 is already in beta, and there's a bunch of awesome stuff that's gonna happen. So I'm actually really excited for one thing that they added. It's a performance optimization for tile sets. How it is now in Godot is that every single tile on your tile set has its own physics shape, but now they're going to be adding in geometry optimization for the tile sets. So it's gonna merge all those individual physics shapes together into one big one. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna really speed up physics stuff. Yeah, it still looks very good, and Unreal 5 has its own problems. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like fine. I mean, honestly, it's really difficult to make a game look like a AAA game anyways in the first place. You need like, I think the main constraint is just getting like textures and assets for that kind of stuff in the first place. So I don't think most people will ever need that out of Godot anyways. But yeah. I'm gonna say it. I don't care you broke your elbow. Dude. It's okay, my elbows are fine. They're strong. I've never broken a bone. All my brothers have, but I haven't yet. I wonder if I ever will. I want to make 2D games, so 3D isn't super important, but it's fun to look. Yeah. I do want to dive more into 3D stuff, because I think there's a lot of, like... I mean, obviously there's a whole new spatial dimension, so there's a lot of more interesting mechanics you can pull out of something like that. I don't think 3D is always better than 2D, definitely not. Sometimes the simplicity of 2D really enables you to do things better. Like, that's why I went with 2D for Starground, because, like, if I had to do everything in Starground in 3D, I think it would take too long. Yeah, right. It really just depends on the type of game and the gameplay. I think some games are way better suited to 2D than 3D, so. But 3D is definitely cool. Having, you know, the whole other spatial dimension to things, it's cool for, like, achieving different visual styles and also just for different kinds of gameplay. Obviously, for something like an FPS shooter or something, I think 3D works way better. I mean, 2D FPS, I don't think would be as good. Would be as fun. I've played a lot of Vampire Survivors and Potato this week. Also played 3D clones of Vampire Survivors. Yeah, like that's one genre that I think, like, Vampire Survivor, I think works way better in 2D because you have to see what's around you. The difference, one big difference between 2D and 3D is 2D, your whole screen is your view, but in 3D, you only get a small slice of the world. You have to rotate around. And so in games like Vampire Survivors, where you need to see everything around you, I think that works way better. So, played a lot of Vampire Survivors. Or no, I already read that. Doom 1993 is the best game ever. Silence your food intake hole. Yeah. I did actually play, like, the original Doom for a school thing one time. It was pretty fun. I mean, it's cool. So, yeah. I've always been, like, really, some people are very dismissive of, like, old-looking styles. Some people look at Minecraft and think it looks bad just because it's pixelated, which is really interesting. I wonder why people think that. I guess some people are just conditioned to think higher res is better quality, but that's not really the case. But yeah, I think it's still a really good game. It's pretty timeless, you know? It's definitely a classic. So hey, K-Mac, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, happy Friday. What's going on? What are you up to today? There's one 3D Vampire Survivor clone that was good. I'm gonna check what it's called. Yeah. Mega Bonk. Let's check that one out. Mega Bonk. I must have looked it up already. Oh yeah, I just saw this, like, recently, I think. This does look pretty cool. Yeah. Because, see, the thing that they do here is it's like orbiting camera perspective. So you kind of get some of that, you know, vision that you get from 2D, which is good. But yeah, this game does look pretty cool. I think this looks kind of fun. I might check it out. Kind of reminds me a little bit of, like, Risk of Rain. I mean, Risk of Rain, if you think about it, kind of is like Vampire Survivors in a way. But yeah. Oh, I didn't know there's a demo. Yeah, you gotta try that out. But yeah, I might check this game out. It does seem pretty cool. Yeah. We had to make Doom clones in high school. Yeah, I remember you showed me that one that you made. It's cool. Yeah. It's almost 2 in the morning on Saturday for me. Oh man. Yeah, you should if you need to get to bed or anything, don't let me stop you. Yeah, I did generic game design, something crazy. Made it in Game Maker. Yeah, that was sick. Yeah, I can download Mega Bonk. I do want to try it out. Let's go grab it. Why not? Oh yeah, I'm in the Jesus Christ. Thank you, Season, for giving me access to that. I haven't played it yet, but maybe I'm a little afraid. I don't know. We'll see. But let's install this. I'm not gonna play it right now on stream probably, but I do want to check it out. So yeah. Anyways. Game that does that pretty good is surprisingly COD with Dead Ops Arcade. Oh yeah. I work evening shift next week, not too bothered. Okay. Just making sure. Okay, let's figure out how we can. So this is where we do like all of our info. What I did for the items is I did the same thing, or not the same thing, but it was kind of a similar thing where, or no, wait, it's in mod API. Generate item info. It's just kind of generating a big text thing. So I can do this exact same thing, but for the buildings, and I think that's going to work way better. Also, I love having this in one like isolated area so that I can optimize it. So that's cool. You can b-hop in the... Really? That was one of my complaints playing the other one. Is like, it was so slow. Oh man. You guys have no idea the temptation of playing this right now. Am I allowed to stream it? This game is just funny to me. I don't know. It's been around for so long. It's actually insane. I can't believe that it's actually coming out. I hope they don't delay it. I am not a religious man whatsoever, but I think it's really funny playing this game having no idea what's happening. So it's just weird because it's like, okay, I wake up, I gotta go talk to this guy for some reason and then do all this stuff. To somebody that has read the Bible and stuff, they know what's happening. But to me, it's just funny because I'm like, this is so so arbitrary to me. Is that AI? I think it is or something. I don't know. Well, this is prototype stuff, but never end games. Yeah. Game dev is my entry to coding. Would still be a dream, but to be fair, I'm co-leader of a consulting company. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, if you've already got a great job going on, it can be hard to justify spending time on game development stuff, right? That's always tricky. So goofy, yeah. Review for I am Jesus Christ prologue. Poorly optimized AI slop, more loading screens and gameplay. Yeah, I just hope that I can walk faster than I was in the demo or whatever. What happened? There is the, okay, that's the prologue. It's completely, this looks so bad. I don't know what's going on with the model here, but it just looks odd. Man, glad to wrap for this week, that's for sure. I'm alright, I've done 0 game dev the last week or two. I could even sit on my computer right now. Oh yeah. Started trying to chip away at Blender with some tutorials and figure that out. We're talking about how you started. Yeah, so I had to get after it. It's been alright, my donut's almost done. Nice, yeah, the donut, the classic. Yeah, well, that's so good, you know. I think it's important to take breaks with stuff like this. Because if you force yourself to work on things when you're not mentally feeling it, then just nothing's going to happen. All that's going to happen is you just end up getting frustrated with yourself. And that's not really a good way to develop, you know? But that's good. Just getting started on something like that, just even opening up Blender is a great first step, right? Because that's usually the obstacle. It's just the concept of doing that stuff in your head is always so daunting. So, but yeah, that's good. Yeah, just keep at it, but take a break when you need it too. Adagon sent me a there's a stone inside of the wall, yeah, or the door. Gotta fix that. I don't know why that happens, because it should be checking this whole square for like collisions, so, but thanks for letting me know about that. I will look into that. Also, yeah, thank you for all the music. I'll go ahead and download these and get them in. Sorry I didn't look at these earlier. When I'm streaming, I don't have pings on, obviously, so sick. Yeah, I'm always looking to add in more music because it's just nice to spice it up. Obviously, it's, you know, I don't want to take whatever thunder away from Ace, but it's nice to yeah, spice it up with more things though, so I don't go crazy. Let's add all those in, shall we? That's the prologue. The demo that's out now is what Lord Gaben would want. Yeah. I do have to try it out. Alright, let's throw all this into the background music. It should be good to go. Yeah, thanks Adagon if you're in stream for the music. I appreciate it. We have to restart the overlay for it to start working, so let's do that. These are WAVs and MP3 and OGG. Those should all be good. I think I added support in the overlay for OGG files. Let me make sure though. Yeah, it's so easy to load. Man, there's a lot of things about Godot I love, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Being able to just say load file name and it just works is kind of cool. I imagine doing that in another kind of engine, it would be a nightmare. You'd have to, like, you know, read it as bytecode and convert that into a readable format. And it's just, yeah, it's nice that this just works. Some days ago, I watched Pikmin speedruns. Oh, yeah. Thought about a Pikmin RTS mix and have prototyped this. Oh, let's go. Yeah, let me check this out. Getting tired, so should go sleep. Thanks for your stream, and you will have a nice rest of your Friday. Well, thank you so much for popping in. I do really appreciate it. And have a good rest of your night. Get some sleep. Yeah, I appreciate it. There you go. This is looking really nice. I do love this style of game. I wish Minecraft Legends didn't suck. I've never played Minecraft Legends, but it looks like it's got some problems. But this looks cool. This stuff always reminds me of Kingdom. Not that Kingdom game. I do really love this game. It's that whole concept of like managing like a group of people to do stuff for you. I do really love this game. It's fun. It's really hard and kind of scary, but yeah. I'll sleep. I'm gonna read a book for 2-3 hours, probably sleep for 4. That's also what happens to me, except it's YouTube videos. Alright, see ya. But yeah, Kingdom is cool. And then there's like the new one and stuff. I haven't bought the new one. Maybe I will. Where is the new one? Oh, I'm gonna have to search for it. No thanks, let's just search normal way. Kingdom. Don't leave me here. What is it called? Is it Kingdom 2 Crowns is the newest one? I don't know. This feels like the newest one. They changed the art. See, I guess this one's like multiplayer or something, which is interesting. So who made this game? Okay, they're all just subsidiaries. I wish I could just find the franchise. Yeah, I think Two Crowns is the new one. It does look cool. I would love to play it, but it's $20. And there's DLC, and so that's one of the things that kind of frustrates me. I hate DLC. DLC is okay when it's more of like an expansion, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I love the Factorio DLC, and it's totally warranted. But yeah, maybe one of these days I'll check it out. It does look cool. I would love to play some. Played Kingdom very quickly and found it's pretty easy to end up in infinite loops if you fall into gaps in the game's difficulty curve. Yeah. I think I know what you mean. Where like you hit like a certain point and it's like, yeah. No, I know. I think like that's one thing that always was a little annoying about Kingdom was it felt like I needed to look up like a guide or something to actually like win. Because it would just get to a point where I'm like, I feel like I'm doing everything as perfect as I can, and I just don't know how to do it any better. So, it is a cool game, though, like, cool concept. Hopefully, Two Crowns is a little easier. Honestly, I just love to just play it. I don't really want it to be challenging. I don't really like usually challenging myself too much with games. Like, I like, a logical kind of challenge, but when it's more of like just straight up like or like time challenges, I don't like those. I don't really like having to beat the clock. And that's kind of what Kingdom is. So, but it does look cool. It's been 10 years now. Oh my god, dude. What is going on? Oh yeah, they had New Lands. That was like another one. I think I have New Lands, maybe. I don't know if I do or not. One of these days, What is this? What? It's like 80s? Yeah, that's odd. How does that even work? It's really weird. Yeah, I'll check it out one of these days. I mean, it's not that expensive, I guess, compared to some other games. Let me go wishlist it. Because it does look kind of cool. I do kind of want to play it. Alright. Hopefully get some of your music added on. Oh, I opened it up in This is one thing now that our overlay has to be 1440p. I need to open it on my other screen, otherwise it just blocks everything. But it's okay. Okay. All right. Let's lock in. Also, we have ads. I apologize. So let's go work on this building stuff. Also, I'm dying of heat. Alexa, fan on. Alexa, fan on. Please, just turn on. Oh. I'm stupid. That's okay. Alright, so this is where it does all the stuff. We need to change that. And I think we could probably use the same panel node. Well, it's a little interesting how this is set up, though, so we might have to figure that out. Well, it'll work out, it's fine. So, what do we have down in here? It's down in details. So this is basically our node that we need to save. It just has all the info in here. So let's just save it as a scene. Unless I want to use the same info panel that I use for the items, which maybe I should. Because I would like to, like, clean code and all, you know. So let's just throw an info panel in here. Hide that one for a minute. Here, what do I set this to, like, size-wise? 188? I mean, it's not the worst to have it like that. Like to have a background in front of it. We'll see. We'll decide on that. Okay, so there's a bunch of things that we need to add in here. And also, we're going to need a different format for the info panel for a building. So let's see. It needs to be more vertical in nature. VBox, label. I guess we can just do it all right here. Because we have the name and then a separator. And then we put description and all that stuff. We could just call this building description. I wish I had like a way to move these nodes around depending on like, I don't know, the style. Maybe I can. I mean, I have them in export variables, so I should be able to like add children and stuff to my heart's content. Maybe I could do that. Because I want to keep it the same format where we have stats here, and then a separator, and then description, and all that stuff. How do we do it? Because then we only need to keep reference of one node. We don't have to be constantly changing it. Maybe we could figure this out. Also, ads are over. Welcome in. Yeah, I do apologize about the ads. Let me know if you're out of ads now. Okay, so this is where we can kind of format it, I think. So we could say like... back. Welcome back from the ads. I do apologize. Bad timing. Let's see here. So I want to grab this node. So we have this description node. I think I could say move child. Oh, child node to index. I think there's one of your tracks, Adagon. Yeah. Moves a child node to the given index. So can I just select any node, or does it already have to be a child of this node? I don't know. I mean, is it really worth the complexity? It might just be easier just to create a separate set of description things and stuff for our buildings. That's probably what I'm gonna do. All right, so we're also gonna have like show name. I guess I'm gonna have a thing in here that's like bar format. We can say export. How do I export an enum again? I always forget. Isn't there like a separate one for exporting an enum? How does this work? Export enum. Okay, so you can do it like this, and then you just say it's that type. Okay. So we can say enum format, and then have a dictionary. The type's the name of the email. Yeah, I appreciate it. So now we can just say export var format. And this can have our types, which will be item, building. So now on this, if I modify it, there we go. Cool. So this is where we're just going to do our stuff down here. So by default, all this stuff should be invisible. Yeah, so if... Let's see, set info. That stuff is fine. All right. So if format is equal to format dot building, do that stuff. Lf format is equal to format dot item. Do that stuff. Which I guess actually this happens independent, the name label. That should be 2 equal signs. So if it's item stuff, it does those ones. Now we can go ahead and do, say export bar building description, rich text, oops, label, bar building tags, rich text label, and export bar building ingredients, which is a type of VBox container. The best code is when you write while true loops without any delays. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, so this should work now. So we're also going to have the same panel for the buildings, and then we're going to run set info and stuff. So it should work. So now back in here, our buttons call a thing in here. So this is where all this stuff happens in process. If building ID is not equal to last building ID. I really should change that. Where do I set that? I'm pretty sure in build button I say in here. Yeah. On exited, it just sets it back to nothing. On button GUI input. Interesting. I wonder why I do that instead of like just input or something. Or just mouse entered. Must be a reason for that. Thank you for the spin, I appreciate it. Well, let's also set the owner of these nodes. We can improve this a little bit. So when we create this object here, I'm gonna say build button. Thank you for the cheese time. What's up, Devninia? So save that to self for the owner. And now back into our button. Strengthen the cheese. Instead of saying get parent a billion times, now we just say owner. There we go. That's a little better. And these are okay, although why not? It's okay. It'll be okay for now. It's 2 a.m., so not much anymore. Yeah. That's fair, that's fair. We are currently working on some info like panels that get displayed. So when you like hover over a building, say in the research menu or something, it shows like a little display of its stats and info. It just really helps a lot, I think, for new players that don't know what the buildings are. So yeah. trying to get that all worked out right now. So this is gonna spawn in the build buttons, blah, blah, blah. That's all fine. So I really shouldn't have this be running every single frame. It just seems kind of stupid, in my opinion. So I think I'm just going to have a function that's like set building. It seems much better. And then that's gonna have an ID. If ID is not equal to building ID, then we do this stuff. So now we can get rid of this last building ID and stuff. This is all client side too, so I don't even need to worry about multiplayer with this. And now we can move all this stuff away from process. Oh god. And move it into here. Actually, I'll just do this. Just say return. And now I can do all this in here. So building ID is equal to ID. All right. So I need to finish a write-up for the closed beta. We do at hype rate. Oh, yeah. What is that face? That's a pretty epic face. It's like the crying face. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that a lot. Whenever I'm like about to, like, I always have to just skip a night of sleeping for Starground updates. Where I'm just up all night working on stuff. It kind of sucks sometimes. But it is what it is. Yeah. Working is hard. Okay. So this is going to do all of this stuff, but we're going to move all this out of here and instead put this inside of our info panel thing. Because this is not where I want it. So instead what I'm going to do here is just say info panel dot set info, I think. And now in set info, I'm also going to pass in an optional type. And so that'll just give me some more freedom down here with like the format right here. Also with this, I guess I need to change how that works. We'll actually do this last. So we'll just say var data. Oh, I already have data. So just empty that out. So if it's an item, do it there. So data is that. But otherwise, I need to change that from generate item info to generate building info. Which that function doesn't exist, so it's going to crash, but... What do you mean with working? We do this project in our free time. That's true. It's like... Programming sometimes is like... It pulls you in. It's like an addiction. Like if I stop programming for too long, I start to desire it again, you know? I don't know. It's interesting. Like I really felt that hard after I finished Pogo Rocket. That's why I just immediately started working on Starground. Because I just felt like an itch. I was like, I gotta make another game. Yeah. I don't know. Also type, let's just say, I guess I can dynamically change the type. Yeah, it's fine. So we'll just say format is equal to, I guess I'll call that format. New format. And by default, that's going to be format.item. So now I can pass that in. So we have our format. So over on our info panel thing here, We're going to say set info ID, and then also pass in info panel dot format dot building. Now we can move all this stuff out of here. So, and I guess also including clear ingredients, because we're going to change where that gets spawned in now. Maybe I'm coding addicted. I always miss coding when I was around my ex, yeah. Probably she wasn't the one. By the way, I saw that the dedicated server is now available on Steam. Yeah. It's sick. Or do you mean like in your library? I've been having an issue recently where for some reason the dedicated server doesn't show up in the library. I've been trying to explain to Steam what the problem is, but they just keep saying like, go to your store package and add it to the store package, but then it doesn't show up in the store package. So, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I am having an issue where, yeah, it's not in the library. It should be, but it doesn't show up for some reason. I'm working on it. I have it in here just because I have a key for it, but it should show up even if you don't have a key. But yeah, it is available in SteamDB. I think it's going pretty good. I did set up a public server, actually, and that seems to be running fine. So yeah, definitely let me know how that goes if you're thinking of trying it out. If you've got suggestions about stuff that should change, let me know. I know that in here Kringle posted some suggestions, which I think are all pretty good. I was actually going to reply to this, so I'll do that after we stream. Yeah, you should be able to grab it through Steam CMD. That's what everyone's been doing so far, so should work just fine. But yeah. It's cool. I'm glad that I added it. I've been wanting to do dedicated server stuff for a long time. It's just yeah. I guess I was too scared of it, but then I really thought about what a dedicated server is, and it's actually not that hard to change the base game into a dedicated server, really. It's just a matter of make the player not spawn in, and then it's done. And I already have like the whole thing set up for checking if the player exists. I think in the back of my head, there's a little voice telling me I probably should implement that for dedicated servers. So, yeah, it's all set up and ready to go. Okay, so we're just gonna basically move all of this stuff over. Boom. And then inside of our info panel, this is where we do it all. So yeah, we're going to have this clear ingredients function and stuff. We'll work on that. So yeah, there's a lot of code in here I'm going to have to change and stuff. It's fine. We'll work on that. Right now, let's just uncomment it for a minute. Description updater. Oh, that's just this now. Yeah, this function has gotten so much smaller. And I think we can go ahead and now go back to our building select button. So here, instead of just setting the ID, there's no point in doing that. Now we just say set building, I think is what I called it. Yeah, just set building. Pass in our ID, object ID. So hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. And then same up here, we just pass in an empty string. Which typically for a null ID, I just use null. So I'm probably gonna do that instead. So now in here with set building and stuff, building ID, we're just gonna keep it to null, be a type of string. So if ID is not equal to building ID, then we say return, or if it's the same one already. Then down here, we're gonna set the new ID, and then set the info. So on set info, yeah, if ID is null, it'll just do that stuff and then return. Then empty will be true, yeah. So that all works. was trying to figure out some code because it was a pain, and so I got ChatGPT to help. Told me to rewrite it and change some things, but I simply fixed it by adding a weight. Interesting. Yeah. Try ahead, yeah. Yeah, I've never really used... Well, I use a weight sometimes. I say, like, a weight get tree.physics process or something. Like physics frame, just because sometimes I need to wait for physics stuff to update before I move on to the next chunk of code. So sometimes that does help. It fixed our issue with the minimap stuff not generating properly, so. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on here. So first off, in our info panel, let's go into this scene. We need to have a section that has all the ingredients. So if we go back into our building menu, the way that we have it is we have name, items, tags, and description. So that's what we're going to do here. Name, item, tags, description. So back into our info panel. So now we have name, separator. We're going to need our VBox for items. So call this one items. Another separator, then tags, and then descriptions. So paste again, copy, paste. So now we have our tags and then description. All right, so that should work now. All these things visible. Why is that one just horizontally doing it? This is a VBox container. Oh, it's just that expanded it. Okay. That's fine. So name, tags, name, items, tags, description. Yeah. So all this stuff will be invisible by default. Now this is where we kind of go in here and do all this stuff. So I'm going to copy or take all this code and make this function, generate building info in mod API. So let's do that. Function generate building info like that. And this isn't going to create the ingredients. What this is going to do is just kind of like, it's just going to return strings. It's just going to return a dictionary of info. So we will do that. And we're just going to pass in ID right here. And we're going to have our default data right here too, right? So we will need to know about some of this stuff in here. But at least let's just work on the data and stuff. So first off, we're going to do all the tags and stuff. So this is where we just append text. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. I'm gonna call this ingredients. And that's probably just gonna be a list of ingredients, like an array. Thank you, thank you. I'll call this one tags and then description. So let's also copy a variant of this in here just so that we know what we need to set and stuff before I delete it. Because there's like stuff in here where it's like, okay, set this with the text from that. And, you know, I just need to know what that all is. But this function is just going to be building these strings. It's not going to actually set these in the nodes, obviously. So we can get rid of a lot of this stuff in here. Some of this stuff is really easy. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. Now we're just going to say data.name is that. Data.description is that. Right. That's going to be using ID. We don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about that. So now this is just going to say data.tags plus equals that. So consumes fuel, whatever. And then the power status one. Yeah, so this is saying if it consumes, it's that. If it's generates, it's that. We get the color. And then we set the text right here. So we're going to say data.tags plus equals. And this is also great because it's going to make it very easy to add new tags for buildings in here, since this is just like one centralized function. So same with right here. Data.tags plus equals that. Now this is doing all the ingredient stuff, which we can do. So we're not going to add a child anymore. Now, for ingredients, I don't know how we're going to... Let's see. It doesn't make sense to loop through this twice. I mean, we could make a list of the item ID and all this stuff, but it just seems like it might be easier just to move this into the info panel section. So I think we're going to do that. But then here we just say return data. So we'll return a dictionary. So I guess we won't have the ingredients thing here, just tags and description. So now back into our info panel. This is where we're going to do all the stuff in here now. So first off, we say, you know, data is that. Cool. Then we say clear ingredients. So clear ingredients down here, this is where we're going to say items. We're going to loop through and free them, get rid of them. Now down here, for iron building data, dot ingredients. So we do have to get that. Which maybe I'll just pass that in. It's just as an extra thing, since I'm already grabbing it anyways, you know? What would that even be? I guess it's an empty dictionary. I guess we'll do that. Then building data is data dot building data. So back in here, now we just say for in data dot building data dot ingredients, do all that stuff. Okay. Is it hot over there? It feels like it's a giant blow dryer outside where I live. It's pretty hot. Today it was extremely hot. It was like 100 degrees. It's not even exaggerating. It literally was 100 degrees. And for people with the superior unit of measurement, Celsius to Fahrenheit, that is 37.7 Celsius. So it's pretty frickin' hot. It's uncomfortable. And it's not even the hottest part of the year yet, so I'm worried. Really, July and August is when it starts to really heat up, so it's gonna be a bad one. It's gonna be a bad summer. But oh well. It sucks when it's so hot outside that I just can't even go outside anymore. Because it's just not, it's too uncomfortable. Yeah. We're also gonna say add items, add
Child. Radiant. Yeah, even at dusk, it's making you sweat. I know. Luckily, it still does cool down at nighttime for me. Thank God. I'm talking like midnight. It gets down to like 60 and 50, which is... Oh, thank God. If it didn't ever cool down like that, I would be doomed. So then I can open up the windows and suck in all the cold air before it heats up again. But yeah, kind of sucks. Global warming, kind of mean. Well, we did it to ourselves, so. You go outside at that time, mosquitoes get real personal. I know, that's the thing too. You can't really go outside at night because the mosquitoes are insane. It's just the Earth does not want me outside at nighttime or at daytime. I have to stay inside, otherwise I get torched or I get bit a million times. So yeah, it's too bad. Let's see now. So this is where we can set all of our stuff. So we're always gonna have ingredients. If we don't, that's something seriously wrong. So I guess in this case, I call it items, which doesn't make sense. Well, it kind of does, but whatever. So that's going to add all the things for ingredients, and then this is going to be ingredients, clear that out. So before I export all these variables, I just want to make sure that this is going to work fine. So name label is kind of separate from it. It'll show up regardless. So in here, we're going to say ingredients.visible is true. Ingredients separator dot visible is true. So ingredient separator. Now tags are not always like there. So I'm just gonna say if data dot tags. Then I'm gonna say tags and tags separator dot visible. And that's where I'm also going to set our tags. Text label dot text is data dot tags. All right. So that's emptying the current stuff, which I won't worry about. So we're setting the name. We're also going to set our description. So yeah, just say description dot text is equal to data dot description. I don't really need to clear these because now that I'm just getting a text, I'm just setting it. I don't need to clear anymore. And yeah, I don't need to do that if visible thing, because it's just if there's tags, there is. If there isn't, then there isn't. Quick Tarkov, yes or no? Yes. I haven't played Tarkov, but it seems kind of cool in concept. So we don't need to do any of that stuff. We don't need to do the waterproof thing. I am building data.ingredients. So that's adding the ingredients, which we're already doing up there. So we don't need to do that anymore. And I think that's pretty much it. So then it'll clear ingredients at the beginning, just get the new set. It'll run that. It'll loop through, create the new ingredients, set that stuff to visible. Now it's just I think it's just a case of making sure those go invisible again. Same with these and stuff. Set those to be invisible. Well, really all of these.
Okay, we'll suffer. Thank you, Mr. Blaze. I'm sorry. And then also the description. Our tag separator is a part of that one, so that's fine. Then we just say description is visible. Oops. And up here we'll say visible is false. Okay, so this should work. It's going to do all this stuff up there. We're going to change these to exports soon. Add all the ingredients. Set it to visible in the separator. If tags, if we have tags, set it to visible, add all the tags, and then if that, we have that. Okay. Let's try it out. I don't know if it's going to work, but hopefully. So yeah, this is just going to be called on info panel. Should be fine. Let's try it out. Let's relaunch the game, see what happens. Hopefully this works. It's probably, we're gonna have to mess with like visibility stuff probably, but it's fine. Okay. Let's just open a new game. Let's see what happens. It might crash forever, guys. We'll see. Oh, it crashed. Get node or null. What is this a part of? The description updater. If building. Why is it get node or null? What is building? Is it null? Furnace. Building category. Oh, that's odd. Is there no building category? Oh no, there is right there. Building category is production. So it tried to get production. Oh, did it just get reset on the grid container? Yeah, it did. Love when that happens, guys. Let's restart. Let's try this again. Let's hope and pray, guys. Okay. Oh, it crashed. I can't assign null to a string. Cool. We'll just make it not null then. Okay. It is working. It's a little quirky. Because for some reason it's like expanding too far. Which is odd. Because I have this set to like a static size. Is that my issue? Is that it's on fill? Maybe I just need to set it to shrink. Nope. It's still somehow expanding past its bounds. Also, it looks like the description's not being set at all. So it's probably just because I did it wrong. I probably need to say, yeah, word wrap smart, fit content, but then say expand horizontal or vertical. Nope, it just seems to not display anything for the building description, which is odd. And it looks like it's only showing... No, it's showing both tags. Okay, so why is it not showing the description? Let's figure that out. So it is showing that. It's not showing the name, though, so we have to fix that. But that should be easy, I think. I think we just have to go into our building thing, and then right here, click Show Name, and now it should. Save this one, I guess. Now it shows the name on the top. Good stuff. So description still doesn't appear, though. Let's figure that out. So I'm setting right here. Oh, what am I doing? Well, that would be why. It's the wrong description. Hey, Steven, what's up? How's it going? I am currently working on building menu stuff, so I'm kind of unifying this little info pop-up thing. So you know when you pick up an item in Starground, or if you don't, when you pick one up, let's pick up one that has tags. So let's say that we have a wood item. We have it now. We've picked it up. If we hover over it, it shows that little panel of info, right? It just shows some stats about the item of like what's going on. So I'm doing that also for buildings. I'm using the same node. And what that allows us to do is, let's say we're inside of this research menu. We can hover over stuff like this and read info about it in like the research. And then also I'm going to add it for the unlocks down here, so you can hover over a building and like it tells you stuff about it before you have it unlocked. So it's going to be really nice, just helpful for people that like don't know what these things are. Like, you know, what does a foundry do? You can hover over it and then it shows you a little description. It'll just help people make more informed decisions of like what they actually want to research. So loving games do that. Yeah, it's just nice. It really helps a lot with like just players knowing what things are, you know. It's pretty important. So I'm kind of working on this right now. For some reason it's like it's expanding too far. It shouldn't be doing that. Unless it's because I have a set or like a minimum size on the... Yep, I do. Okay, so I just need to hide that, and now it should be good. Nope, that didn't work. Which, that shouldn't be on expand mode. Unless I just need to restart the game or something. That's probably what it is, actually. Because I bet this description node now is, yeah, funny. So scroll active. Scroll following. Interesting. Markup, threading. Well, let's restart the game. See if that does it. I don't think it's the auto wrapping. I think it's just because the description's like a forced size. But now I bet that if we restart the game and let the change apply here, I think it'll be okay. So let's see. Wait for it to load. Let's wait and see if it loads. It'll load eventually. There we go. Okay. Watch this, guys. Boom, it doesn't work. Okay. So why is it doing that? Is it just the description? Like if we don't make the description go visible, let's make sure that it's actually the description, right? Okay, it's still doing it even when that happens, so it's not that. It must be something else causing it to expand like that. It's definitely odd. I wonder why it's doing that. Okay, so it's not that. It could just be that it's on expand mode. So maybe it's let's see here. Display building. I have it on shrink center. So it should just stay at that size. But maybe do I have it on horizontal format or whatever? Or no, that shouldn't matter for this one. I mean, normally it'll do fill, but it won't expand. So I am confused why it's doing that. Unless one of these other things are large or have a minimum size for some reason, that's possible. Ah, it's the tags. Okay. I think that'll fix the issues now. You gotta look out for stuff like that. There we go. Now look at that. Okay, so sick. So it does look a little different over on the right. I think it's fine. I actually don't really mind that look with like the separate background. We do that in a lot of other places anyways, like with the crafter, so I don't really mind it, honestly. Copper ingot. Gotta go enable cheats, of course. Like if you place down the crafter, like this little recipe box kind of has stuff like that. So I think it looks okay. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think the solid like panel background on the right like that looks good, or should it look like how it used to, where it was like more integrated into the UI? I don't really mind it either way, I think. Doesn't look bad, I would say. It's probably okay. Yeah, I kind of do like it. Really got no gripes with it. The only thing I might do to just see how it looks is making the info panel go invisible when there's nothing on it. So that's actually something we can set in here, this empty variable. It's useful for just knowing if like there's stuff in here or not. So right here, I'm just gonna say empty is false. Boom, and then we can go back into our building in here, and just go ahead and say right here, right, if it's not that, info panel dot visible is false or whatever. Not that, but if it's null, if ID is null, info panel visible false, else do that. So now it'll kind of pop up like that. Well, I don't like how it's like losing its width though, right? That needs to be fixed. Maybe I can just have a way to hide everything inside of the info panel so it retains its size, but like, you know. So let's just do this. Let's say info panel.hide all. And his ID is not equal to null or equal to null. Now inside of info panel, we can go modify that. So let's say function hide all. And so this will let us just like manually choose what gets hidden and stuff in our info panel. So if that is the case, then I'm literally just going to hide everything in here. I'll make that invisible and that invisible. And we'll say status. So now with that function, we should be able to retain its sizing for its area, but then it should go invisible, although it looks like I broke everything. So, hey, Yoshik, what's up? How's it going? Oh, it has to be opposite. That's why. Nope. Okay, let's figure out what's going on. So I'm going to say info panel idle ID is equal to null. So if it's null, then it's true. Otherwise, I should set it back to false. So it's odd that it doesn't seem to work. So if it's true, then these will be invisible. If it's false, they should be visible. Not sure what's going on with that. Let's restart the game. Can we have more building categories? We can. I just don't know what I would break them up into. I don't know. What categories are you thinking? Farming and husbandry? Yeah, that's fair. We could do that. Just like a little farm icon. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I can mark that down. Oops. Husbandry. Building category. Especially now that I've increased the vertical height of the thing, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. New game. Storage, maybe. We'll see. There's not really that many storage buildings though, so I don't want to like create categories for things that might not have very many buildings in there. Also, this is working now. So do we like it like that, where it like disappears when there's nothing selected, or would we rather have it just go blank? What do you guys think? So it's either the whole thing goes invisible or just the text disappears. I kind of like it like this because it seems odd to have like just an empty panel with nothing on it, but this just feels kind of okay as just a space reserved for the info, I think. So. Chest, big chest, vault, storage hub. I mean, that's pretty much it though, right? I don't know if I'm really going to be adding many more in anyways. I want it to at least probably have 3 rows for it to be warranted, right? So, I don't know. And maybe in the future I'll add more storage types, we'll see. But I don't think there's really much of a need for it right now. But I do like the husbandry panel. I think that would be nice, because I don't like separating all this stuff in miscellaneous for some reason. The trough and the fences and stuff. It would be kind of nice if that was all in one thing. Same with like the farm plot and all that. It is a production building, but production in my mind is more like crafting, like electric or mechanical buildings that do stuff. Not just a farm plot. But I don't know. We'll see. All right, so this is working. It's looking good. So now we can go ahead and implement this into the research menu one. I wish the focus of the categories was on the selected category. Like select logistics and close and open the menu. Oh, so it's just the last one that you selected, it'll remember. I can easily do that. I wonder why it doesn't do that. We should go look at that. Yeah. First off, let's do our thing though. So item info, this is the one that I want to add the panel to. So we're gonna grab panel, info panel, throw it on, and we'll just kind of do the same thing that we did with the other one, where we just add a control node to the texture. And then this one will be, let's see, 0 size, anchors, top right, and then we add the info panel as a child of that. And set its position and stuff. Oh, size doesn't really matter. You said, so now we can go into here and set this stuff. So we know, like, which one is which. So first off, we're going to get it from... Oh, adding on Stargrounding right now? I didn't realize. Well, I know they're in-game. Are they streaming Starground right now? Let's go, take a look. Let's go. Did not realize. Let's just go say hi for a minute. I think I have it.
I'm starting to get uranium going.
Oh, you always got uranium and stuff.
I need another purifier.
Snooze that pesky ad.
How's the start going? It's going good. I've defeated all the dungeons, and now I'm just unlocking terrain manipulation.
Nice, nice.
So I'm going to say oh, wait, I don't have it in my inventory. Where is it? Where'd it go? Here it is. The
Dragon
Slayer's a bit
Slayer.
anticlimactic with the stats. It's just a
Okay.
slightly better shrew max. Small Island isn't a challenge for me because I already play like this. Fair. You want to see my Tyria? Oh, I guess it's nighttime. But you can see the mini-map, what's going on. We got...
Hey, yo.
farm all along
He's
this
crowing
side.
stuff on Tyria.
That's one.
I need to fix that
Oh, nice.
bug.
So we got a farm along this side. There's usually animals in here. They all died though. And then
Oh my
there's
god.
another completely filled with cooking stuff.
Dense.
They all died
Yeah,
while
that's
I was in a
cool.
dungeon, and I couldn't cycle the food. I need to get more of them. So I'll build up the food supply in there for now.
Anyways, let's own stream. Okay. Yeah, it's epic. So where were we? So Dark Score, welcome in. How's it going? Let's see here. It's going good. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Just working on some like info panels right now for my game Starground. It's going pretty good. Here, Adagon's playing Starground, so this is what it's about. It's sort of a combo of automation and dungeon crawling. It's the best way I describe it as. It's more of a sandbox, though, I guess, these days. But, yeah. You craft things, collect resources, the whole shebang. I'm just working on making all these little things have these panels that open up that tell you about, like, what it is. So, it's pretty helpful. Looks really cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. So yeah, I'm just gonna make this say... I guess I have to have a new thing now, which is on mouse entered. And mouse exited. So we just say on mouse entered, go ahead and do... Let's see, info panel. Also, I'm gonna have another thing in here that's more type or something maybe. Because these are all different tests of our type. Oh yeah, because there's also regions too, so I'll probably also include regions in our info panel, just as another thing. All right. So var type is going to be these. Well, I guess we can just say info type. And then we'll just set it from the info panel. So yeah, how long have I been working on the game? I've been working on it since about December of 2023. The game came out on Steam August last year, so it's in early access right now. But yeah, it's going good though. I think those are the 4: item, building, recipe, and region. Yeah, find recipe, all those. Okay. So now we're going to do, if all of these things happen, we're going to say info type is equal to info panel dot type dot. So first off, it's going to test building. So type building. So we got an ad coming soon. I cannot stop it. But it's the last ad of the stream. Don't worry, guys. Test 2 is a region. So type region. Test 3 is a recipe. And the final test is type item. Okay. Alrighty. So now with that, whenever mouse entered and stuff, I can check and see like if that's valid. So I can say info panel dot set info. Also go ahead and make it visible. Which actually, I guess we only need to do this once at the beginning, don't we? Yeah, it's never going to change. So let's just do that. Be way more performant. So let's actually just do it here like this then. Of course I lost it. Awesome. I love when Godot doesn't actually cut things and it just deletes it. That's super cool. Okay. So we're just going to say set info, data ID, and type building. Which we actually have to grab from info panel. Okay. Is there oil in Tyria? There is no oil. Also, we got ads going on. My apologies, guys. So there's no region table. There's no recipe table. Yeah, I didn't add oil to Tyria. I kind of thought about it for a little bit, but I don't know. I wanted there to be more of a focus on new resources. I don't want people to just be gathering more of the same, right? Then this one's going to be type item. Sick. So I'm also going to check here. As long as it's not empty, then I say it's visible. I was going to add oil plus copper from recycling to burn fuel cells and burners. So oil and copper from recycling. I mean, you could add oil to Tyria if you want in your mod. It's actually really easy. Fuel cells are oil and copper? Yeah. Do you want me to show you how to do it? Oh, in the public server? Oh, okay. Yeah, you'd have to import oil, unfortunately, into Tyria to do it. Okay, let's see if this works. I don't know if it will. Yeah, it should probably. Okay. Come on, game. Song's name is very weird. Yeah, I don't know why it's called that. I didn't name it. It's just the name of the song in the game. I think this is from what's it called again? I don't remember the name. So Madeline, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's that one game. It's like something secret. Secrets of, I don't know. Oh, is this types and not type? Oh, it's format. I'm stupid. Yeah, Secret of Mana. You got it. I just can't remember it. Okay. So we don't need this info type thing anymore. All right, let's try this again. Come on, game. I'm gonna close all my things. I do wish Godot opened a little faster when I had 1 billion resources. I mean, it's fine. It's really pretty fast. I mean, compared to something like Unity, it's already faster than an empty Unity project, so it's not a big deal. It's okay. And also the fact that you can like edit things so easily while the game's open and stuff, you know, it's not that big of a deal. All right, let's see what happens, guys. This might not work. It might crash. Okay. Yeah, you love to see it. Nah, I'm joking, you don't. So that's because I didn't give the info panel enough space. So it's just like huge. That one's okay, the steel. But the buildings are not happy because they have a list of ingredients. So I'm actually going to change the size depending on whether it's got a building or not. Or maybe I can just like create a minimum size for these in here. Yeah, I can just do like fit content or whatever for the tags and stuff, or just set a small minimum size. I already have fit content on. I just have to say, give it a little bit of a minimum size. And it should be okay. A little more than that. 100? Yeah, you can see that now. It's working. I can give it a little more. 200. I could do what I did for the building menu, which is 188. Oh, I don't like how it's being clipped. That's not fun. I have to figure out a solution to that. So how can I prevent it from being clipped? I have to make it like outside of this scroll menu, which is quite annoying. What does a boy ought to do? Say thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's think here. What to do? I could make another node that follows our currently selected thing, so it acts like it's outside of the clipping area. I don't necessarily like that solution, but it is a solution. I always do wonder if I should just have a node that's like the parent of everything that has a tooltip thing, or like the info panel is just attached purely to the tooltip. But I don't know. Let's see here. So I need to fix that from... Oh, now it's expanding too far. What's the size it's going to need to be? Let's see, to fit in here, right? Let's just set these to 0 and then read what it is. Might have to restart the game to fix it. Nope, we're good. Now, I really need to... I don't know how I'm going to be able to view it. Because I can only look at it when it's here. Shoot. Or I guess I could open up here and just look at this in remote mode, because I can still see it. Yeah, this will work. So world. Oh no, I forgot though that it's impossible to do it. You can search for 1 for the player. What are all these empty timers? Huh. I don't know where the player is. I wish I could do type, but it never works for me. And then I search player. Maybe group players. Oh yeah, you're right. I can just print in... Stupid. Should have done that. So let's see, which thing are we printing? Yeah, we just want to print the size of the info panel description. Let's just do that. Temporary process event. Mm. 188? That doesn't make any sense. I think I had to restart the game. Her. All right, let's see if this works. There we go. 168 is the true size. Okay. So let's just go ahead and here on both of these, let's just set the minimum to 168. Okay. Easy. So we are all good here. There's a little bit of weirdness here. I think it's because it's set to pass-through mode here or whatever. No, mouse is on ignore, though. Let's go look at that. So it should be in item info. Maybe it's just because this one is on stop. Probably. And all this, the mouse should be on... That should be okay there. Okay, so let's, first off, I want to set this off just a little bit away from the object, kind of like how we did on the other ones. I think we did exactly 8 pixels. It does seem to cut off the text a little bit. What do I have set as the maximum size of the text? Or do I have that here or something? Size is 48. I know in somewhere in here I have like a maximum size. Okay, 80. There it is. So I just have to make sure that this is at least 40 out. So let's just give this like a little more. 16 or something. There we go. I just don't want to be blocking the text, you know, that it's under. So, yeah, we got to fix that issue where it's clipping, because obviously that's, you know, not ideal. Yeah, there's no way to... I've messed with this a lot before, with like trying to make or mess with like ordering or whatever, making it not clip. But there's no way to do it. Changing depth ordering doesn't do anything. So really the only solution is to... I could make it not relative. I don't know if that would change anything. No. Well, I could temporary parent or just have a function in global that like it'll follow the mouse position and then just make a tooltip where the mouse is. That might be the better way to go here. So I think we'll just do that. So where do we want to do this inside of? It's going to be kind of on the top UI element. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I added these little asteroids on the... I still need to work on them a bit, but also I really should give this like a pre-process of its lifespan, like 60. But this gives the planet an asteroid belt, which I actually haven't tested what it looks like when I go there. I should probably do that. Oops, that's not the right coordinate. So cheats are disabled. Yeah, see, it's like slowly fades in. I don't want it to be like that. It needs to pre-process, which I did enable that now, so. Oh, but I guess I pre-processed the lifespan, which isn't going to do anything. Here, how long does it take to get across? Let's see. Just make the particles go away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just set lifespan to 120 and then pre-process to 60 seconds, probably. Let's try that. But it does look pretty cool. It gives this planet a lot more activity, you know? Definitely feels like I'm way more like in the atmosphere because this stuff's like in the background. I don't know. But anyways, we're working on this stuff. Yeah, we need to make it not clip. That's kind of a bad look. So let's do that. I hate to do it, but we gotta do it. So player, it's gonna be on the canvas. Yeah, just give elevation feel. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do like it. So this is gonna be on the regular canvas. And we're gonna have a basically just a control node or whatever, or a node 2D that follows the mouse. I guess we don't even need that. We can probably just straight up add an info panel right here. Just boom. And it'll be above everything. And just call it like tooltip. Although it won't be above those. And then on this, I'll just have another thing that's like follow mouse. Which is false by default. And then we'll have a quick little process event. We're going to say global position is equal to get global mouse position. So we'll see what that looks like in game. We do have to, since this is on a canvas, we'll have to see if like the, you know, position stuff will work out. So. All right, let's see. And we'll also check that pre-process thing worked for the asteroids too. Okay. Yeah, so I just want to see if this is following the mouse cursor, which it is not at all. So it could be because this is on like anchor mode. It's not though. So it's odd the position doesn't seem to be changing anything. Oh, I didn't set it to follow mouse. That would do it. Cool. So you can see it does follow the mouse now, so it'll just be a quick little easy way to like just show the tooltip, right? Because it'll just be above on top of where the mouse is. Which actually, it's kind of cool being like the mouse like that. I don't even mind that. So we're going to have some functions for activating this tooltip. I'm going to create a reference to it. So if follow mouse, I'm also going to say global dot tooltip is self. And then we go to global. Our tooltip is self. No, not self. So by default, I guess I'll give this a ready event. Instead of follow mouse, I'm just going to call this global tooltip or whatever. And move this out. Oh, I can't type. Type is self, and then we're also going to say visible is false. Or I guess not visible is false, we're just going to say hide all true. And let's also do... I want to make sure the mouse mode on this is ignore. Okay, yeah, we're good. Mic is all weird. Okay. So that's all good. So now we can reference this and run set info and stuff, so it should be pretty easy to do. So going back to our info panels, basically instead of having, or not our info panels, but our item info button things. Instead of having our own info panel here, we can just now say delete that and that and just reference our global one. Now it does mean we're going to have to run this stuff on the fly, but it's not a big deal. Now that does mean we'll just have this for our type. So we're just going to run that with var ID type.
I'll just say if ID type is not equal to null. Then run that. So on this, we're going to say global dot tooltip dot set info. It's not set info, but just hide all true. And this is where we set info and then say hide all false. So let's see if that works. Then ID type, so it'll save it up in here. So we're going to say ID type is equal to global.tooltip.format building. Like that. Okay. CS Panda Baby, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to? So yeah, that should all work now in here. I'm not going to worry about the recipes right now, but we will get to that. And the regions, but yeah. Doing good. How about you? Yeah, I'm doing good. I am just working on some like little tooltip things for when you hover over different items and stuff in the game in Starground. So it's coming along. Just got to get things all figured out here. So yeah, this is gonna say hide all false, set the info. So let's go ahead and save that and restart the game and see if it works. We'll see. No idea. I do have to end stream here pretty soon because I've got dinner ready. But we'll go for another 5 minutes. Let's test this out. We'll probably go raid Adagon if he's still streaming. Yeah. He's doing some nuclear stuff. Alright, let's try this out. I hope it works. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, I'm stupid. It's okay, I'm not stupid anymore. We fixed it. Okay, so I don't think it was happy at all. Let's just restart. Come on. Okay, new game. Let's test this out again. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's not showing up. I think it is running set info and stuff, but oh, it could be that I actually accidentally disabled this. Yep. Okay. Well, now it should be okay. Let's restart the game. Okay, seems like it's broken everywhere now. Can't do it on those ones either. Oh, I'm stupid. Only if global tooltip. Gotta reload again. Does Dobbs have a redeem like skin or hat that he didn't do yet? I don't know. I have to ask him. Well, he did redeem the skin thing a long time ago, I think. And that skin is in the game now. I don't know about did he redeem a hat? I can go look at the our queue just to make sure of what is it? Manage something in here. There's gold.
Let's manage channel points, predictions. Do I not have it here? Yeah, I don't. I don't know what happened to it. For some reason, all of the requests, yeah, that's annoying. Well, that's too bad. I guess I can't see any of them then. Well, just as a warning to everybody, keep track of what you've redeemed, because I now have no way of knowing if you did or not, which sucks. But oh god, that really sucks. I know somebody redeemed a Steam key, and I was gonna request a, oh god dang it. Well, that really sucks, dude. Is there no way to see, like, the history of redemptions? Can I look it up? Like, Twitch channel point redemption history. Activity feed on live dashboard, but that's not what I want. I mean, this is just going to show every single thing that's ever happened. I mean, I can filter to different events, but it's not going to matter. I can filter to, like, reward requests, but it's only going to show up to a certain time ago. Right? It only shows up to 13 days ago. So I should probably integrate a thing in my overlay for important redemptions so that it actually keeps track of them. That probably would be a good idea, because this is really frustrating. Now I don't know who redeemed what. The only way I would know is if I went through every single stream and found them all. I know one person did redeem a skin, and I am planning to do that. We need to start keeping track of a list of these redemptions, you know? Let me go find who that was that redeemed the... Oh yeah, it was Liamir, or sorry, Liamir. Yeah, Adagon had a skin. You are correct. Adagon, Liamir, Minecraft skin. I need to add. I know somebody redeemed. You have a hat, right? Oh, Sheik. Yeah, did I spell that right? Who else? I thought there was... Dobbs might have redeemed something, like a hat. Do you remember Dobbs redeeming a hat? Oh, you already sent me the hat sprite? I forgot about that. Oh, right, yeah, I just need to figure out how I'm going to actually implement hats, though. I still don't know. Yeah, I'm still debating on the way that hats are going to work, so... Oh, yeah, you did send it. Thank you. Only know it's a hat or a skin. I don't think it was a skin, because I already added the... Yeah, if Dobbs is streaming, feel free to ask. I can't remember. It might have been a hat redemption. And then somebody also redeemed a key recently. And I have to remember who that was. I think it might have been Dev Ninja. Yeah, I can't remember. I'll have to ask. Shoot, dude. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, let's quickly try and fix this thing. So tooltip, I'm actually going to just load it. I'm going to say is load. info panel so that it's a valid node. We don't ever have to worry about it being freed. Now I'm going to delete tooltip there. And I'm going to add a script on canvas. So function ready. If is multiplayer authority, then canvas.addChild. Oops. Global.tooltip. And that should work. So now it shouldn't complain anymore. Oh, I also have to instantiate it. There we go. Let's try this again. Make sure it's all working, and hopefully we'll be good. Alrighty, here we go. Please work. Ooh. Well, it's working, but it's in the corner. It's probably just because I forgot to set it to follow the player mouse. So let's just go to ready on global. We say tooltip dot global tooltip is true. And now we have to restart the game because that happens in the global event, but it should work. Let's try it out. All right, final test, guys, and then I think I have to go eat, so. Oh yeah, I'm kind of late now. Let's go. So now you can see the new thing. It's working pretty well. It's a little quirky sometimes. You can see it's flickering. I'm not sure why that's happening. I think it might be because the mouse is like, or maybe the tooltip is blocking the mouse, and so it's like flickering. We'll figure that out, but scratch that, he doesn't have redeem? Okay. Interesting. Hopefully we can find some kind of tool or something that lets us view, you know, all of our past redeems. Maybe there's like a website that does that or something. So sometimes there's buildings that crash the game, like this steel. It's not a big deal. It's just probably because we haven't set that one up or something. It's probably a recipe building or something. So I'm not really worried about it. Or maybe because I'm not doing it right here. Oh yeah, I'm just stupid. I didn't set the format type to item, so duh. But if I go ahead and skip past all the bugs, relaunch the game, it should be okay. No, don't load game. Okay. Now it's not happy. Format on base object of type previously freed. Well, shouldn't be. Well, I gotta figure out why it's freeing itself. Anyways, let's test this super quick, and then that's it. Let me get the stuff going here. We're probably gonna raid Abagon because he's playing Starground. Okay, here we go. Shader compilation. All right. Oh yeah, guys. And it should also show items in here fine now too. Yeah. So I need to fix that the thing is huge for some reason. I don't know why it's not vertically shrinking again, so we'll fix that. Anyways, though, that's gonna be it for today's stream. We're getting there. Things are looking good, so yeah. But thank you gamers for coming. I appreciate it. We are gonna raid Adagon. He is playing Starground right now, so pretty cool. Yeah. Thanks, gamers. Be on the lookout on the 26th for the summer sale. Starground will be a part of it. So yeah. I'm gonna start up the raid for Adagon. Feel free to join the Discord. And yeah, this update will be out on July 14th. It'll be a nice one. I want to focus a lot on like automation, quality of life and stuff. So yeah. Hence the reason for a whole stream just about info panels, but it'll be worth it. Trust me. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Have a good rest of your day or night. Bye.